For X, sorry. So if you're political and you want to say political shit, don't follow me on X.
I mean, what Yvonne brings up is a really big deal, because a lot of people on X are incognito because of their character. And so, it comes back to that, to how open can you really be online without it starting to jeopardize your personal and professional life? It's a real thing.
I mean, once again, that definitely does go in line with, I mean, what you're doing career wise, and then what your personality is online as well. Um, but I mean, it can blend, but I think, I don't know. I think you'll be, I don't know. If you're
It's
not
hard
coming
to
on here saying some crazy
it's
stuff,
hard to blend politics though, because
that is true. That is
the
true.
thing is that the only place I talk political stuff is on here and Clubhouse. You're not gonna find me doing that on LinkedIn, not gonna find me doing it on IG, and I don't do it on X. Everything I post on X is career content. I'm not doing it. It's just because it's my friends in here. Some of my friends in here, we chop it up sometimes, but that's not my brand. I'm not gonna make it my brand. But that's
No,
it.
you,
If you're in business or if you're a career professional, I don't think you have to be very careful about how you show up on these platforms.
you
Yep,
know
and when
what?
we sit on boards too, we have it, and I'll pass it right back to you. We have it like listed in our bylaws and our code of ethics, a lot of that stuff for a lot of people out there. So that's why, like, sometimes I think we get a lot more audience members, and, making a space so that people can feel that they can participate in the banter without compromising themselves. I think you'll just continue to get more and more speakers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a very great point. I mean, there's just about any career or job you go out to out here, people don't like to talk about politics. But just aside with that, I think that's what, especially come V2 and multi-streaming, people will create incognito profiles just so they can come join in on the conversation. Because politics is such that, thing to stay away from, you don't find too many online forums just openly talking about politics the way we do, especially with both sides. Hearing both sides, you'll get whether it's far right or far left, and they're just cramming out their points and their positions. But where people can actually come in debate, and it's not like we're about to condemn you for being right or wrong or whatever the case. I think people will kind of flock to that, and yeah, people will create the incognitos because they don't want their thoughts and feelings to come back to their job, depending on where they work or whatever the case is, who they rub shoulders with and all that. But I think that's what's going to make it so great. Just being, I think that's what's going to set it apart from so many other things. But we'll see. I mean, but I definitely, what you and Auntie Yvonne just said is very valid points. Very valid.
Yeah, I agree with Yvonne so much on that. I'll give you an example for an industry like mine. The entire purpose of even having social existence is not necessarily to edify, but to have a placeholder, a directory for someone to do that Google search, and usually that's a B2B in the ATM or the Bitcoin ATM business. But if someone we bring a lot of our business in B2B from LinkedIn, which I know Yvonne's a guru of. And it's not that we're posting, it's not that we're doing anything to grow there, but it serves as a directory when someone wants to do business with you. So I thought she made a really good point there.
Guys, I'll tell you this right here. One things you're gonna have to figure out is like people want to do business with people, that they see. I mean, this definitely helps and grows your business. People want to go do business with you, and you might do politics and all this other stuff. Okay, but you can take this and do other things with it, and people see you and because for I was able to balance uh the two, guys. So yeah, I think it's gonna be it's like I don't like I said, it's good. It's great. There's a lot of great people here. A lot of great information is exchanged all the time. We have a lot of fun, and what makes this great is we have, like you said, people on both sides. But we have more than people on both sides. We have people from all socioeconomical backgrounds, okay, and race and gender and everything else here, guys. This is real America, you know, and So people are going to get and they're going to be able to. That's what's going to make people relate to it because this is real America. This is like all of it. We're real America. You know, we got doctors, we got attorneys, we have uh, real estate people. We have all kinds of stuff. We got you name it, we have it. These are just regular people that that are on here having these discussions every day and sharing their views. This is probably the biggest what do you call that? Those where they test products focus group out there. This is probably the biggest focus group out there. So that's something that yeah, I think you guys that I've seen. This stuff is real. You get a insight for a lot of different things. So 100%. Andrew, you see, Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Danielle said get your socials ready. Danielle, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Why does he need to get socials ready?
No, when we go live with the podcast, people are gonna listen to you, Andrew, and you're gonna go viral for sure. So, and people are gonna want to interact with you, want to connect with you. So make sure if you need help, Andrew, getting the social media links attached, you let me know and I can help you. But definitely get all that figured out before the podcast launch because you're definitely one of the people that come in here and people are attracted to and what you have to say. So you're gonna go
Oh,
viral.
she ain't lying. You're definitely gonna grow a following. There's a lot of people out there who believe. I'm just saying, you got a lot of folks out there, Andrew, that's gonna be trying to figure out who's Andrew. I want to follow that guy. I want to hear him more.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew, you have yourself a 98 pound blonde on your arm. Watch.
Oh my
98
God.
pound blonde is crazy.
And Andrew, you're gonna get rich off chatter, my friend. You're gonna get rich off chatter. That's the most important. He doesn't want a 98 blonde. I think he has one already. Maybe.
A 98-pound blonde.
Oh, a 98 pound.
Maybe he want a 298. You never know his style.
Ain't nothing wrong with it being thick. Now, come on.
Hey.
So Andrew,
Someone who
we
can
love
keep up and be a good
Andrew,
and be a
we
good.
love you despite your views, right? It's not about your political views. It's about the charm that you bring to the space, right?
Oh, listen, I know like at least half of you have completely different views from what I have, and I don't care. I like that. I'm not trying to be in an echo chamber or a bubble, and I feel like I've already learned.
I think you should take some. I think you should give Henry some of your crafts.
That's
Andrew. I
right.
think you
That's right.
should. I think you should do a class with Henry on on
Agreed.
space
On
etiquette.
how to become adorable,
No,
how
seriously,
to have different political views and still be like,
because
yeah,
that's who
yeah,
I
yeah.
compare Andrew to. I compare him to Henry, but at least even though Andrew can interrupt and he can jump in, he definitely knows when to mute out for a second and let people. You know what I'm saying? So I think Andrew, you should put Henry in some of your classes, man.
Yeah,
Henry,
guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish that we were live already with that podcast when Andrew came off mic and said, "Hey, I'm gonna let y'all know right now, white people didn't start racism,
we
but we
ended.
ended it." Yeah.
But you could
Yeah.
argue his point too. I would love to have that debate and argue that point too,
Yeah.
and
Well,
be on Andrew's side.
we're gonna let him do that again. We're gonna let him do that again. Daphne, are you there? We're definitely gonna let him do that again because that was a viral moment. And I think most of America is gonna fall off their chair when they hear that shit. And they're gonna see that it's a room full of black people, a room full of white people, and we're all having that. They're like, what the hell is this shit?
And
That's
not just that
exactly what's gonna happen.
with a race
But I,
draft on top of all of that.
Right.
I think
Oh
what
my
y'all
God.
missed about that though, he really believed that, but then he came back and said, "Oh, he think it was a mistake for him to say that after listening to what other people said."
But that's
I
the
agree
best
with
part about
Yvonne
Andrew, though.
though.
That's
Go
the
ahead.
best part about Andrew.
I
He'll
agree
come
with
back and
Yvonne. That's a good topic
That's a good
to
topic
launch it
because I
off.
probably
Yep.
would be arguing on
Perfect.
the side of Andrew on that one.
Yep. It's really perfect.
What?
Yeah. I might have to go do some more research, but that is my belief too, because I remember for my ancestors in Jamaica, it was the black man who sold the white man, but with black man. But I don't want to go there right now because that's not the room for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, 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 yeah.
But Andrew, but I would be in that debate. But when we're in that debate, Jonathan, you can't shut us up. You're gonna have to let us speak.
I
And
know
I
you
know
had
we
that debate.
don't.
I'm laughing at you because you can get eaten up, man. Because
Yeah, I
people
like
already put
Andrew, but
that's
he
like
was
a
wrong.
slingshot. People pulling back that rubber band already, ready launch, ready come at you, right?
That's right. You know that I'm not. You know that I'm not afraid for a fight, right? But I say I'll do some more research, and I would love to be in that have that conversation here because maybe some people will be enlightened, maybe some people will be, and I'm sure Andrew is probably going to do some research on that too and come with that debate.
Oh, for sure.
No, Andrew backed off of it. He said he was wrong for saying that. I don't know if anybody ever caught
Well,
that. But
no, I did say that. So, I mean, here's what I meant by that. So I do think white people ended racism. Okay. We came to our senses. We were like, this isn't going to work. We had a civil war over it. Some people still wanted to be racist. Some white people in the KKK, they gone. They have died out. And we, still carrying that on. But then you have other people who want there to be racism. Like that's how they're grifters. That's how they make their living is to convince other people that they're victims of the white man or whatever. And that's how they make their money. So I don't know if we did end racism, but we're fucking trying. And I don't know if we'll ever get there, but that's what I meant when I said I might be wrong. It's not that does that make sense?
Makes sense, Andrew. Makes
And
sense.
no, he's not making any sense to
I
me.
know it don't make sense, Yvonne. I was just trying to move.
Okay, well,
Oh my God.
Andrew, we don't like you because you're right. We just like you because you
You
authentic.
gonna stick your chest out,
That's
Yeah, you
right.
authentic.
We
and
just
he gonna
like him.
stand on it too.
We just like him for the conversations because sometimes you gotta, I don't mind these conversations actually. And I think it's good. Debate the news. Let's go.
Oh man, I can't wait till this goes off the cuff as well because I'm telling you, man, people in America are gonna look at this and be like, "What the hell's good?" It's exactly what JB just said. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's a room with white folks, black folks, Spanish folk, Indian folk, Chinese folk. Yeah, that's really what's gonna set it apart. And I'm telling
exactly.
you, man, I sit across a lot of platforms. There's nobody else. There's nowhere else where you can just go in and talk the way we do. I'm sorry. The discussion panels on TikTok are usually one-sided, unless if it's a really, really, really great conversation. Then
Dude, that's
it ends
facts.
up one-sided. But here, I mean, dude, you're gonna be surprised how many people actually join in on these conversations that we have.
I think JB might actually be able to end racism once and for all with this podcast.
Let's go.
Yeah, once and for all. Shout out to Debate the News, bringing the end to racism. Oh man, I'm here for it. I can't wait. Damn, this coffee smells good. Oh god, I think I want some of this. But anywho,
Yo, I'm gonna
JB,
take
how
my
you
daughter.
feeling about the game today, brother man? Sorry, just real quick off the cuff, real quick, if y'all don't mind. Oh, JB stepped away. Oh, it's a big game today.
Which game is today?
Both Commanders, the NFC and AFC Championship game. Commanders play the Eagles.
Wait, they don't play tomorrow?
Nah, my boy, today.
Oh wow! All right, I
This
didn't know
is
that.
No,
today.
they play Sunday, don't they?
Monday. This
They play.
Monday.
This
You
is
sure?
today. Look, I'm gonna pull it up right now. They play
I think it's
today,
Sunday,
Saturday?
Marty.
No, Marty's tomorrow.
bro. Watch. Let me give it to you. Boom, 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 boom. Oh
It's
shoot! It is.
definitely tomorrow,
I
bro.
listen. I was still half asleep when I read the thing. That thing. I thought that thing said Saturday. It says SUN. I thought it said SAN.
Yeah,
No.
it's tomorrow.
Well, I was ready to go watch me a good game today.
Damn, you don't got your mindset.
Look, you see where my mind is.
You know why I knew, because one of my guys is a huge Commanders fan, and he wanted to watch the game, and he was like, "I hope we don't get any jobs on Sunday."
Oh,
and then one of his customer called and canceled for Friday and pushed it to Sunday. So I called him. I called him and said, "Man, I got to give you some bad news." He goes,
What a bug.
You booked the job for Sunday. I said, "Yeah, your customer moved it to Sunday." But what I did is I told her, you guys will be there 7 a.m., not 9 a.m. So that way you can knock it out and go home.
Knock it out and go home.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
So
early bird gets the worm.
Yeah, and I gave him the smaller job, so he's good.
Early bird gets the worm.
Exactly.
Damn, I really thought that game was today, man. Oh, really?
I'm stuck with that game because I don't even know who. I hate Commanders and the Eagles because I'm a Cowboys fan, and I guess I'm gonna root for Eagles because I hate Commanders a little bit more, and then I'm gonna root for Buffalo in the Super Bowl to beat the Eagles.
Oh no! If I just all I'm rooting for right now is for the Chiefs not to make it. I can give two shits who go behind there, but as long as
You
the
rooting
Chiefs,
for Bills too?
hell yeah! I think
me
half
too.
of America's
Me too.
rooting. Majority of America's rooting for the Bills. Everybody outside of Kansas City is rooting for the Bills right now.
Yeah. I like Josh Allen too.
Yeah, the refs got anything to do with it, you know.
I ain't rooting for their ass. They beat the damn Ravens.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. They did. But then again, the Ravens didn't really show up much for that game. So, but anywho,
who's your main team, Marty?
Saints.
Oh, Saints. Okay.
Yeah, we got we had a rough season, so
yeah, I can't even talk about the Cowboys. Our wheels came off.
Y'all just hired offensive coordinator for your head coaching.
I know, man, but like he wasn't even the most. You know what I mean? Like
exactly.
What was that coach from Seahawks?
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll. Like
we
we could have
the
had
Raiders.
him. Yeah, we could have had him.
I think the Raiders signed him, right?
Yeah, the Raiders signed Pete Carroll.
Yeah. So
I ain't gonna lie, Pete Carroll definitely would have been a better fit, but I think Pete Carroll likes the West Coast. He ain't trying to lead the West Coast, man.
You know, it's hard to coach for Jerry Jones too. You know,
that is
that's
true.
The part.
That is true. And I think Pete Carroll has more of a system of his, you know what I'm saying, where you come in to work for Jerry Jones, you're working for Jerry Jones. That's Jerry Jones make the rules. Whatever he wants is what's gonna have to go. But nonetheless, shit, man, I'm looking forward to these multi-streaming debates. I'm gonna be honest with you. Last night I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I'm keeping a list, Marty. I know everybody that got drafted in front of me, man, and my feelings are hurt, and I'm gonna remember.
Check Divine on that.
I'm switching sides, man. I think I'm becoming a conservative now. When people turn their back on me.
Bro, I got to be honest, right? So you didn't know me on Clubhouse, but when I first came on Clubhouse, bro, like I give thanks to Clubhouse, this space right here, and a lot of it because there's a lot of things that I used to think and assume that I knew about politics, and coming to Debate the News and Billy Marathon, I realized I was hot dang wrong, and a lot of things that I presumed about Trump, Hillary, these things and the third like that, I was wrong about. And that's why now I'll be fact checking things as we're talking.
I noticed that you do fact check everything, bro.
I'm pulling up articles on everything,
fact
bro.
Everything.
And I did know you on Clubhouse, and I think it's Jonathan the reason why you.
No, I said that
because
I
he gonna
gave
call
Jonathan
you
the credit for that. No, you're absolutely right. Literally, bro, I would jump in Debate the News, and JB would be like, "Yeah, bro, you're wrong," and I'm like, "Fuck no, there's no way I'm wrong." And I go look, and I realize I am wrong. And I think it happened 3 or 4 times. And I said, never again. I said, that's it. I said, that's it. So now, hell yeah, as we're having discussions, whether I'm talking or not, while you guys are talking, somebody will say something. I'll be like, hold up, let me pull this up real quick. And hell yeah, bro, I'm fact checking everything. And then I learned from JB as well. I didn't realize how many propaganda sites are out there, not just propaganda, where you get something where it's like super left leaning, where it's like super biased versus an unbiased. You know what I'm saying? So there's so much that goes into it. And the more that I do it now, I realize when we're having these conversations how many people bring a piece of information that's from either a propaganda site or a super left leaning or super right leaning, article where it's like it's so biased that it's like, how could you actually get any factual information from it?
Doesn't that
But
make
hell
you?
yeah,
Doesn't
bro.
it make it hard to be a Republican, bro?
You said
When you
what now?
fact check as I said, doesn't it make it hard to be a Republican when you fact check as much as you do?
Bro, watch out, bro. I be fact checking every day.
He's right.
I fact check the left too, bro. Y'all be in here like last night with the whole ICE thing, the ICE in the schools. Yeah, it came back. Oh, did you find out, JB? We last night that ICE report that ICE was going to the Chicago schools. They came back and recanted everything. Just about every post, every outlet that said it was ICE came back, fixed their thing, and said it was Secret Service agents. Now, as to why, there's not yet clear as to why it was Secret Service agents, but it's like they cleaned that up. So NBC, CBS, and a Chicago, the main Chicago page that had reported it, all came back, and it was late last night, late in the evening when they put those posts up, saying that no, it wasn't ICE agents, it was Secret Service agent that came to that specific school. But no, that
I'm
was one
simple.
of the. Go ahead.
You also got us on that warrant for Fauci in Russia.
Yeah, it's that too. Yeah. All day yesterday, I kept hearing that in the room. And then OG James said it. And I'm like, hold up, cuz there's not a thing online right now that says there's a warrant out here for Fauci. But I spent the entire day yesterday hearing that in this room. Oh, like I searched like 7 links. Nothing at all. But that was I even seen it on IG yesterday, on a post on IG yesterday. But come to find out it's propaganda. It's
But
just
that's why
fake.
it's so important to fact check, because you know what OG James said? He said, I heard it in here and nobody challenged
And
it.
nobody checked. Yeah,
And he said,
yeah.
so I thought it was true.
Yup, that's exactly what he said. That's exactly why it's important to fact check this stuff, bro. But no, that was no, yesterday was a good room for sure. A lot of information came out of that. But now I love these rooms, bro. I learned a lot in here. I be learning a lot daily. Like last night when we found out about the ice. Remember, I said like 5 times. I said ICE cannot and is not allowed to go into schools. And at the end of the conversation, late last night, found out that per an executive order that Trump just passed, ICE can now enter schools, churches, and I think it was one more. It was schools, churches, and I think hospitals or something like that. One more thing, I can't remember exactly. But as of now, yeah, now they can actually go into schools. Shit, crazy. Fact checking on the spot.
So now you
So
believe. So now you believe Rochelle because she's right there with the legislation in front of her face.
No.
I
What
spoke. I spoke with Rochelle today one day, and I know she was in her office. And my God, she's really. I mean, She actually really deals with these things on a daily basis. So when she comes in here sometimes and says some of the things, man, she's not talking out of her amen. She's actually actively dealing with some of these issues daily, and I can attest to that. It's crazy.
Yeah, no. I know her position and what not her official position, but I know she's actively daily dealing with this stuff and
And
whatnot.
she's at the director level too. So, like she's seeing a lot.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Marty,
Go ahead.
there's something happening that's really going to piss him off. There's some Republican lawmakers making a bill to rename Dulles Airport to Donald J. Trump.
No way. No way.
God. And
Y'all
that means
big on them names, ain't you?
that means I can't come to the United States anymore. Because I already told you I'm not coming until Trump leaves office because I already not booking any trips to the States. Sorry.
Hey, did you see that they
You
got
guys have gone crazy.
Did you see they got troops at the southern border now? Marines?
Yeah, they sent an additional 1,500 troops down to the border as of just to continue the deterrent of keeping migrants away and whatnot. Because there were so many that were posted up at the border, and that's why that app, can't remember the name of the app that Trump originally canceled first. One of the first things he got rid of, it deterred so many people because per that app, you show up at the border, you fill it out, you show them that you've already hit a certain step on the app. Don't quote me exactly, but and then they process you through. Then you go to a holding center, and then they decide where they're gonna, ship you off to, per the way the administration was set up. But after shutting that down and canceling it, it was like, no, now you have no reason to come to the border. Fill it up. Now you have no reason to come to the border and whatnot. So that's kind of how that went. So they went ahead and sent an additional 1,500 troops down there. I don't know if it was troops or border patrol agents. I believe I read border patrol agents.
No, I think it was 500 Marines and 1,500 troops to assist the border agents.
It does it sometimes.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even catch that.
Did you say it wasn't ICE agents that went into the school that tried to go into school?
Yes, it was confirmed that it was not ICE agents.
I'm seeing now that it was. Like, it had an official that's speaking now. I posted a link in the chat from it's from a IG page, but it got an official speaking on it right now.
Here, let me open up turn on my computer real quick. Let me see. Because I literally last night I put up like several links and they were all recent. Because I think when we were talking about this, it was already late in the evening, and all the things I was seeing were all recent. All right, here we go. ICE raid, immigration. Oh shoot, I still had all my tabs open. Uh, uh, we're gonna confirm that. Okay. Let me let this load up for a second. But yeah, no, from what I read, the Chicago schools came back. But I pull it up. You said you posted a link in the chat? Let me see. Boom.
All right, guys. So what's up? We're praying right now.
No, I
Uh,
was actually I
Marty,
was
Marty, give us a breath break.
so right now, if you just if you type in on Google and if you just type in I did ICE go to elementary school, the very first one, NBC News, Chicago School District says it was wrong about ICE agents going to school. The very second one, CNN, a Chicago elementary school turned away agents they feared were from ICE. And I'll read you that full headline. CBS News, they turned out to be from the Secret Service. This is directly from CNN itself. The other one, CBS News, Secret Service, not ICE or agents, were turned away from Chicago Southside School. CBS 42, Secret Service says it visited Chicago Elementary School, not ICE. So CNN, CBS, ABC7, Chicago. There's plenty of them. I know. I just looked at the
No,
video.
I see them now. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah. That video. I think majority of it. I think after the news broke, it kind of spread like wildfire across the U.S. Like, oh my God, why the hell is ICE visiting schools? You get what I mean? Like, I get why Divine and Rachel were saying last night that memos went out to teachers and whatnot, because yeah, that definitely would spark some form of either fear, outrage, all sorts of things. Why the hell is ICE coming to elementary schools? But this was when they went back and corrected all of it. It was Secret Service, not ICE.
And just posted something in the chat where it's saying that ICE was detaining. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. Yeah, they were detaining tribal citizens, like Native Navajo, the Navajo tribal citizens.
Mm-hmm.
That's something she just posted in the chat. I don't know if you want to look into that.
Yeah, I'm actually reading it right now. My office was looking into this matter and provide updates as soon as they come. Whose office? State Senator Teresa. Okay. See, when I know, because when I look at this information, I like to just pull it up, see if I can pull up some articles about it. You know what I'm saying? State Senator Teresa. But no, I'm pretty. We when it comes to ICE right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Like Cindy said last night, mistakes are going to happen. And am I going to sit here and say that every single ICE agent out there is working under under their best, under the goodwill, the good faith of what we want them to do? I can't be for sure. You know what I mean? But Stephen, go ahead.
Oops.
What?
I think she accidentally came off. My
Oh.
biggest fear is what I was talking about last night is people having to prove their
Sorry, my phone
citizenship.
was in my pocket. I was just saying bad apples flip in. That's
Oh,
Oh, yes, yes. Yes.
but yeah,
Go
I don't
ahead.
want it to become a place where citizens are going to have to prove that they're citizens in the United States. I remember Storm was talking about he was okay with that, but I just think that's un-American that you walking around and they can just roll up on you and say, "Let me see your documents, your license, or your passport. Prove to me that you're a citizen."
Bro,
I don't like that.
bro. With all due respect, I think you're being genuine.
Oh, we lost you, Luis.
You went out, Luis.
Yeah, can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yeah, we
Go
can
Yeah,
ahead.
hear you now.
yes. So I said, with all due respect, I think you're being a little disingenuous when you say that's not American for that to do for that to happen, right? Because it's in America's not so distant future where if you were a person of color and you did not have your freedom papers, your ass was getting sold back into bondage, right? So
12 years
that
of slavery.
yeah, like what the fuck are we talking about? Like
No,
this is
I know, but I'm saying the American idea, the
man,
the idea
man.
is that that ain't what's supposed to happen. Like especially in modern time. I can
Bro.
understand back then, but in modern time and with us having a constitution, you are provided those protections. Unless you committing a crime or suspected of committing a crime, a police or ICE agent shouldn't be able to just roll up to you and say, "Let me see your documents," and detain you.
Facts.
But I do know exactly what you're talking about, Louise. Now I'm
Luis
not
is saying
naive.
they've done it before, so they'll do it again. And
That,
some of the same people, you have precedents, even though you have new rules now. But there are some people who feel that
I
that
tell
should still be happening, which is kind
That's
of
my but that's
crazy.
I
my
tell you
point.
what.
My point is they trying to take it back to that. That's what I'm
I mean,
basically trying to
when
say.
he said make it great again, what again did you think
But I
he
was
was
gonna
talking
say,
about?
make it great again.
So the thing, check this out, right? And this is just me, just gonna ride it down the middle because what both of y'all, all three of you guys just said, I 100% understand. Now let's just throw a little caveat comedy into there. Listen, two, our black asses ain't got to worry about no ICE agent asking us about no damn ID or none of that.
I
Nothing
said that
like
last night though, Marty. I said, I
But
said, I said last night. I
I'm
said it
just
ain't about black or white. We're not
no,
gonna
I
get
know, I know.
harassed. It's gonna be the Hispanic brothers and sisters that's gonna get harassed
No,
when
I
it
know
comes to this.
because to what the sister posted in the chat, I pulled up the article, Native News Online, and they were referring to several people out in the tribes being mistaken as Hispanic or anything like that. And trust me, in my hometown, we have a Immokalee Indian reservation. I grew up going to school with Indians as well. And unless if it was for the way they dressed or their hair or certain specific things, sometimes yeah, I didn't know if she was Indian or Mexican. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, so I get that, and that's why once again, it's like I won't be surprised if during this there are nefarious mistakes made or just regular mistakes made. You know what I'm saying?
But Marty,
But that's
Marty,
why
what
I
does an
think that
American look like to you? When you think of an American, what does it look like?
an American,
Yes,
I'm an American. I'm a
I'm saying, but
Haitian
what
American.
what does an American look like?
I, I don't know. I mean, but that's the thing. I honestly don't know, bro. I don't know, bro.
So you see the problem when it comes to somebody just
Yeah,
saying,
oh, best
"Oh,
believe,
you don't look
absolutely.
American, so prove to me that you are American."
No, that I think if any ICE agents, if their freaking chief, if their chief, if whoever's in charge of the current ICE agents going out, if they're being told to look for people who don't look American, that person themselves needs to be fired and find something else to do. Because how the hell do you send people out and say, I highly doubt, I'm not saying that it's not, but I highly doubt that's what they're being told. Hey, go out here and round up the people who don't look American. Or if they don't look American, make sure they present some ID. Remember, we're talking about where I feel like the most mistakes will be made is because a neighborhood that doesn't really have migrants living there, or even if it's a neighborhood where people hang out outside, if there's not a real major population of migrants there, or even suspicions of illegals being present, there's a really slim chance of having ICE agents pull up. Remember, I lived through this, watched it happen many times. There's a slim chance of them pulling up, but a neighborhood where it's predominantly migrants, and we do know that there are a lot of illegals living in here? Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if a team of ICE agents pulled up and started rounding people up under a specific house or whatever, and then they find out who's legal or who's not. But for the average American who's going on about their day and they don't live a community where it's predominantly migrants, the chances of you having ICE roll up on you, they're slim to none. And
Marty,
that's
here's
just,
my take on it.
go ahead.
If as somebody had said before, that Louis or two, that in the past when they used to do it to black people, now you're probably not going to have them doing it to black people, but maybe when they were doing it to black people, there were certain sections of the community that were being silent. Now that they are happening to a different sector of the people, then there's a next section of the people who are being silent. I think everybody should be outraged at all times, so that when it happened to you, once it don't happen to you, it's okay. I find when things don't happen to people and people's experiences and all that, it's okay. But when it start happening to them, then they're going to be outraged. So it is just an eye opener that it happened before to a different sector of the society. Now it's happening to another sector of the society, and people will just, go blindly and say, okay, it's not happening to me. My daughter, my family, my cousin, my uncle is not involved. Bye. I'll see you next time.
Auntie Yvonne, in 2 weeks, after this ICE raids continue to grow and more, in 2 weeks, if we start seeing a bunch of reports where average everyday American citizens are being stopped and having to provide form of ID, whether they're white, black, Hispanic, well, if they look white, they look anything, what I'm saying, they're having to provide some form of ID, and there starts to be a lot of reports on that, 100%, I will sit here and be like, okay, something's really being done the wrong way. But personally, right now, because I understand what you guys are saying, absolutely. But from the outside looking in right now, being that I've lived where this has happened on a regular basis, people who aren't in proximity to it, or people who, what I'm saying, it's not going to just be happening on widespread. Now, if we just start seeing mass reports of everyday citizens having to provide, something's going on. Something's definitely going on. But every time ICE agents are deployed, we do get those sprinkles of articles here and there where this person was stopped and they had to provide ID. That's been happening since the Obama sector. You know what I'm saying? But if we just start all of a sudden now with Trump, the way he's doing things, if we start all of a sudden getting day after day after day after day, post after post, where regular people are being assumed to be illegals, now we know there's definitely something wrong going on. But at the moment, I don't think, just my opinion, I don't think it's going to get there. That's just my opinion. Now, if
But
that
I think
happens,
you
I will gladly go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I think you got a little bit of misplaced trust because they're emboldened right now because of Donald Trump. And like, what's the difference between a third generation Mexican American and an undocumented Mexican? You cannot look at those two people and tell the difference. But with these agents emboldened, they're gonna just it could be a third generation kid because I see Trish saying keep your driver's license on you. That's not the law that you have to do that. What if it's a 15, 16-year-old kid that don't drive? They probably don't have an ID. So they may get detained, and then somebody gonna have to prove, a parent gonna have to prove, oh, he's a US citizen before they let them go. And that goes against the Constitution, that goes against your civil rights. Like I shouldn't have to give up my civil rights just to feel safe or just to feel like, oh, the United States can get out undocumented people. So I'm gonna take my civil rights to allow you to deport people that's not supposed to be here. That's the crazy. We're going back.
You in the matrix, cuz. You in the matrix, bro. You in the matrix, cuz. You in the matrix. You in the matrix. Um, Let me see. Try again. Try it again.
Man, can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah. You good now. You good now.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying you shouldn't have to trade in your civil rights just to allow the government to deport people that you think shouldn't be here. And
Mm-mm.
just like Auntie Yvonne just said, nobody understands the victim until they become the victim.
No, that's a very valid point. And remember, this isn't me. I know you said over something about trust. I can't remember exactly which word you used. This
I
isn't
said
me over
misplaced
trusting
misplaced
misplaced
trust.
trust. There you go. Boom. I assure you, for me, this is just for me. I don't speak for most of everybody else. For me personally, when it comes to the ice, the reason I don't consider it as misplaced trust, the reason I say what I'm saying, because remember I said if now in 2 weeks we start seeing a bombardment of articles of everyday civilians having to provide ID or being misidentified by ICE agents, then I'll sit here and say, hey, something's going wrong. But right now, I haven't seen, and even in the 4 days with everything that's going on, with the stopping of this, with the arresting of these migrants, I haven't seen, compared to Obama's first term, Trump's first term, Obama's second term, Biden's term. Even I haven't seen it because ICE has been working through all these administrations. And through all these administrations, you'll see those pop up articles where somebody had to provide their ID to ICE. They were mistaken identified, this, that, and the third. What I'm saying is, I haven't seen an uptick to where it's become just nonstop. In Florida, right now, I speak to my Florida people every day. I even in from my hometown, ICE hasn't even come to my own hometown yet, like they have on every other previous administration. You know what I'm saying? They haven't even went there yet. So once again, about them going after the worst of the worst and them targeting those communities, that's why I stand by what I say in regards to they're going to go in the areas where they know they're going to get what they're looking for. ICE isn't just about to roll up into a community full of non-migrants and start asking people for ID. That's all I'm saying. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt or saying anything like that. I'm just saying for what we've seen, it hasn't been any different than any other time. As a matter of fact, in 2016, Trump's first term, 5 days in, was actually, I would say, 100 times worse than where we're currently at. ICE was really rounding up people. You think ICE was really rounding up people Trump's first term. And it still even wasn't at the magnitude of how it was during Obama's. So all I'm saying is I haven't seen anything majorly different than what we've seen before. And now if we do start seeing that, hey, then we'll have that conversation. But at the moment, I just haven't seen anything different. But everything you guys are saying, very valid. It shouldn't have to get to where everyday citizens are having to provide ID. Absolutely not. It should not get there.
But I think
I hope it never gets there.
if one person's civil rights are violated, that's too many. The reason why I don't support the death penalty is because if one person is killed unjustly, then the whole system is flawed. If one person is civil rights is because how many is enough? 'Cause I hear people say maybe one or two, maybe a few people may get caught up in it, but for the most part, they're going after things. One or two people is too many.
One or
Like
two people is too many, but two, come on, what perfect system do we have out here? I mean, from medical to insurance, systems that are put in place to protect our lives.
I
Which
agree,
one of
but
those are perfect to
this system
where,
could be not. It don't have to be perfect, but if you follow the laws, if you take an oath to protect the Constitution, then
uh-huh,
you won't violate anybody's civil rights. Do it like it's easy, just like the stop and frisk. It's easy for me to make a city crime free if I'm allowed to violate people's civil rights. You can't break the law to enforce the law. That's the easy way to do it.
of
Just do
course.
things the right way. If somebody commit a crime or you see them commit a crime, then they got to show you their ID, and then you can figure out if they are, got, undocumented or a documented citizen. But if a person just walking down the street and they look Hispanic, they haven't broke a law, you shouldn't be allowed no matter what your suspicion is, shouldn't be allowed to just go and ID that person to figure out, what their status is.
Great point. Great point. I have one last question to ask you, and I want to step away for a quick second. To the example you just gave, ICE agents are in an area where rarely, I mean not rarely, little to no migrant population. They see a Mexican guy walking down the street, and they just stop him and like, yo, senor, I need to see some ID or whatever. That 100% don't agree with. I don't agree with it. I'm with you. Those same ICE agents are riding through a community where it's 95% migrant population, where majority of these people here are undocumented in some form of way, and they have an address full of people. Now they roll up and they see this Spanish guy walking or whatever, and maybe he fits what they're looking for. You know what? Forget that. I'll take that out because I don't want to try to dress it up in any way. They stop that guy and question him. It's, to me, and this may be different to everybody else, but to me, I think that's different. On the
No.
neighborhood where there's little to no migrants, you shouldn't even be there, let alone stopping somebody to talk to. In
Either
an
either
area where,
either example you
we
use,
know,
Marty. Either
because
example
remember,
you
they
use,
know.
it'll be wrong. It'll be wrong either example
No, because
because
hear me out, but hear me out. I don't know if you know this. Remember, the police themselves, the ICE agents right now, they know areas, even apartment buildings, where 60 to 70% of the people living there are undocumented, whether they're law enforcement, whether regular city cops or ICE agents. This is they know, hey, this building right here is literally nothing but illegal immigrants.
That's facts.
Those agents pulling up and speaking to those people, they're stopping all those people. Hey, let me get ID, this, that, and the third. The reason I don't see the problem with that is because we know there's undocumented immigrants there.
but
Versus
what
you just pull up somewhere and now you're just trying to shoot in the dark, take a guess.
but I don't know if you understand what you're doing right now. You advocating for racial profiling. And
No, it's
either
not. No, there's
look,
the
hold on, let
come
me just
on.
say
No,
this
take
one thing. In either situation, I don't know if y'all understand what makes America great. Anybody that's on this soil is protected, whether they undocumented or documented. They're protected by the Constitution. If you own this soil, you're protected. So even if I know it's 60, 70% undocumented immigrants in this area, until I have a probable cause to check this person's status, I still cannot just stop and say, okay, it's 70% undocumented, but so I'm gonna take my chance and just check people. That goes
no,
against the Constitution
no. Remember,
and what makes America great.
you just said without having something. At the moment, they're rounding up the quote unquote worst of the worst, a lot of with crimes, with records on them and whatnot. And so technically, yes, that is the time. If it was just a regular sunny day under the previous administration where illegals were not being sent back after committing crimes, is that and the third, yeah, everything you're saying is, yeah, you're right there. That's why ICE agents weren't going into these areas. But right now, that they do now have the permission to actually go out and get these people. All those guys that were getting arrested and having to be let out on the street, let back out because they were under that protected status, all those people who have the records upon records and are currently illegal, absolutely. If they know, because they do know where they live and they know the area that's predominantly them, when those ICE agents roll in, they're working, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they're working completely under their duties and what they're allowed to do at that point, and they're not discriminated. That's why I said it's different. If they just roll up to a community where there's no immigrants living there and they start asking people from ID, that's different than going to exactly where they know these undocumented migrants are and going through the people there. You know what I'm saying? For me, and I get what you know what
No,
I'm saying.
I think you still a little bit wrong because it's all on an individual base. Like you can't just say because it's a lot of undocumented immigrants in this area, it gives me the right to check everybody that looks like an undocumented or what quote unquote people think an undocumented immigrant looks like. It's individual. That individual person has to be doing something to give you probable cause to check their license or their status. If so what they're doing is just like I said, they're violating people's civil rights. You cannot. I don't care what they feel like or what. It's just like they're coming in, like you stay in the hood. I stay in a neighborhood where a lot of drug dealing going on. I may not have anything to do with that, but just because the police see me walking through that area, they got the right to just pop out on me and search me every time they see me, just because I look like some of the other people that may be selling drugs in that area. It's equivalent. It's the same thing as what you are saying. They should be
No,
able to do.
that's the reason I feel like that, and reason I say that's different because yes, that in and of a sense you're profiling at that point. What I'm speaking to is because the thing is about ICE agents, you don't see ICE just popping up to like a shopping mall and posting up like, let's see who's on. They're going into neighborhoods. They're going into apartment complexes. They're going to where they know, if not one, multiple illegal migrants live in this place. When they get there and they stop these people, nine times out of 10, majority of who they stop are illegal. It's rare. It's rare for you to see ICE pull up, put 10 people in handcuffs, and out of those 10 people, only one of them was an undocumented migrant. Super rare. It's actually the other way around.
That one,
Of
but
those
what I
10
was saying
people.
earlier, that one is too many though,
No,
Marty.
but
Like
no. But what I'm
they
trying, but that's the
they
thing. But
got to
that's
already know that they got to know how the paperwork on you and know, okay, this person is illegal. But just for them to
no,
do
that's
a
the thing. No. Pause right there. No,
physical
pause right there. You said paperwork. Hey, you, you in the matrix, bro. You back in the matrix. You went right back in the matrix. You went right back in the matrix.
No, I'm back again. I don't know if you
Nah,
can hear
you
me. I'm
good. You
saying
good
what
now.
you
You good
asking
now. You
for
good now.
is a you asking for a fishing expedition. Like basically just throw my line out there and see what I can catch, and if they legal,
Uh-uh,
I can throw them
uh-uh.
back. But that's not
No
right.
specifics. Remember specifics, bro. Specifics. The ICE
So let me get a
agents.
good
These
understanding on what you're saying. You saying these people they know they going after people they know are illegal, or they just checking everybody and getting the illegal people that's out there.
No, they're going after they know, or that's what I'm trying to say. Majority, there's a lot of undocumented people in this country that are unknown to be undocumented. As they go through the systems and whatnot, ask the street cop. Ask any street cop if you know any street cops or whatnot, especially some of the ones that are up north. They'll tell you, oh yeah, they street cops know the most information on just about anything. They'll tell you, oh yeah, this building right here, 99% of the people in here are undocumented. Why? Because they come here regularly, they'll arrest these people, this, that, and the third, and they're right back out. So what I'm saying is when ICE goes out, they're not pulling up to a random apartment complex trying to figure out who's undocumented, who's not. No, they're working hand in hand with local law enforcement, targeting, I will use the word targeting, the hot spots and the areas where they know, where they absolutely are for certain, this is where these undocumented migrants are. Why? Because they know now. Uh, um, when they get arrested and they're let back out, there's little information on them. A lot of times, the most they have is the recent address, the place of arrest, because they're undocumented migrant. They don't have all that information yet in the system and whatnot. Some of them don't even, they're not fingerprinted. They're not even in the system until they get arrested. You get what I'm saying? But they know this is where they're at. They know 90% chance this building right here is majority. So that's what I'm saying. They're not just going out on the fish because everything you're saying is right, but that's not the way ICE moves. They don't just go out on fishing expeditions on just random areas. No, they're going exactly where they know these undocumented migrants are. And living amongst them, yes, you will have US citizens, but they're only going to the places where they know predominantly this is where the illegal migrants are. They're not just because I don't even think there's enough ICE agents to do what you're saying. Not nearly enough ICE agents to do that. They'd be spread thin.
Marty, let me ask you a question. Too, you were on camera and you showed us your concealed carry license, right?
No, that wasn't me. That was OG
I'm
James.
sorry, OG James did it. My fault. My fault. So when OG James did that, if let's just say somebody came up to you and asked for your ID, and it's an ICE or immigration, and you showed them, what are you afraid of?
I'm afraid if I don't exercise my rights, it's just like a bike. If I don't exercise my rights, I will lose them. And if it's not a stop and ID state, I'm not gonna give up my ID if I hadn't committed a crime.
Got it. Okay. So if you get pulled over driving, do you normally give your ID?
Yeah, because I committed a crime. If I violated a traffic infraction or something like that, if I'm speeding or or did something to give a cop a reason to pull me over, I'm obligated at that point to up my driver's license. But if I'm just walking down the street minding my business and they pull up and say, "Hey, let me see your license. You look suspicious," I'm gonna tell them to call out a supervisor because I haven't did anything wrong and you're not gonna get my ID.
Got it. Okay. So normally, I guess I would think from this perspective, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you can correct me. If I am a law enforcement officer and I'm trained correctly, normally a law enforcement officer is not going to come up to you and say, "Hey, I need your ID. You look suspicious." They're going to say, "Hey, the reason why I'm stopping you is because there's reasonable suspicion. This is what's been reported. This is the complaint. And I just need to make sure and check." You would still refuse that?
In a
No,
perfect
but
world,
because I think me and you see the police totally different, Storm. You see the police as friends. I see the police as the enemy. Because our I guess our experiences in life shape the way we see things. And police never been a friend to me, in my opinion. So no, if they got reasonable articulable suspicion, which they call RAS, that they can articulate that I committed a crime or I'm about to commit a crime, I would give them my ID. But if I'm just walking and I haven't done anything wrong, I'm not giving them my ID. And from places where I'm from, police pull up on people all the time trying to get their ID for no reason.
Got it.
All the
Okay.
time.
So, and I guess this is where we were questioning. You see ICE as law enforcement. Do you see ICE and police as the same thing, or do you see those as two separate entities?
I think they're both law enforcement. One is fed and one would be local.
Got
they
it. Would you
definitely
ever
don't
feel like
operate
you
the
would be
same.
mistaken as an illegal migrant or an undocumented or illegal alien?
No, the Constitution protects me from both of them, the local and the federal. If I'm not doing anything wrong, they don't have the right to do that. But most undocumented or even some documented immigrants will probably be a little fearful, don't understand their rights, and probably will give up the information.
Got it. Okay. I wasn't looking for a gotcha question. I'm just actually looking for your viewpoint because,
Yeah, we're just getting an
obviously, right.
understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, your experience is much different from mine. If a cop pulls me over, they see me differently than they're going to see you. I totally get that. I'm with that. When it comes to ICE, I'm just looking that as, just another thing as far as the way that they have to go about doing their jobs. Look, I don't envy law enforcement at all. And, the fact is they've got a really tough job on their hands, especially because if let's just say we have 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We're talking at about 0.8% of the population, roughly, let's just say. And there are not near as many ICE agents to really, do this on their own. So they're going to be working with local law enforcement. And, I guess what are they really looking for? Because, we're a melting pot. Are they looking for overstayed visas? No, they're looking for people that law enforcement they've reported is usually a violent crime or activity, and they want to sniff those people out and put them right back where they found them, which is in their own country because they pose a threat to the safety of American people. So, Andrew, did you want to say something?
I was just going to ask, do y'all know? So I know obviously we got civil rights and stuff here. Does anyone know, do illegal or undocumented, however you want to say, migrants, do they have the same constitutional rights?
Yes. If they're on American soil, they have the same constitutional rights. They still can be
How is
deported.
that if they're illegal?
Need to fact
You,
check that.
you're undocumented, but if you're on the soil of them, if you're on U.S. soil, they cannot violate your rights. But if they have a right to check you and they find that you are undocumented, they can still deport you. You don't have the right to stay here, but you're still protected by the Constitution if you're on U.S. soil.
Let me ask you, why do we always say undocumented? If they're illegally here, they are here not legally, which means they broke the law to get here, whether they're on asylum claim, or, that's what they're going to claim. If they're breaking the law, are they protected under the Constitution?
Asylum, they're not illegal, but I don't like
Exactly.
calling human beings. I don't like calling humans illegal, so I just say undocumented. But everybody got the right to say what they want to. But I just try to make a conscious effort to say undocumented myself.
Got it. Okay. So if I was illegally going over the speed limit, How do I say that? I was exceeding the allowable speed limit. Why are we mincing the words here?
You was a undocumented speeder.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I just wanted
Me
to check.
too.
All right, good. All right, I'll just say that next time I see the cop. I'm
Team
like, man, this is
two.
undocumented.
So
Team
from what I
Torm.
just found here, they undocumented immigrants, illegal aliens, whatever you want to call them, either or, they do have certain rights that they are protected, basically constitutional rights as here in the U.S. Right to due process, the right to an attorney, the right to file civil lawsuits, the right to education, the right against unreasonable search and seizure, and the right to privacy. One of the couple of the limitations is the government, like if you get arrested, the government provides you a lawyer. An undocumented immigrant, the government is not required to provide free legal counsel to them, and they're not eligible for federally funded health coverage such as Medicaid, Medicare, stuff like that. But as far as for the most part, yeah, they pretty much have the same rights as us because of the what is that thing called no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, the Fifth Amendment. So yeah, they're protected by the Fifth Amendment.
Marty,
So,
did you
go
say the
ahead.
right to education?
The right to
That,
education, yes.
that's interesting.
Yeah, I know. They're actually, well, I
Yeah.
mean, the thing is, yeah, they technically are. I don't know the specifics of it, but I mean, I remember, like I said, sixth grade, I watched a bunch of my classmates get deported. I went to school with a lot of illegal classmates. You know, up in Minnesota, I think it was whether here on Chatter or on Clubhouse, somebody was talking about how classrooms are becoming even bigger in size because of the kids coming from undocumented immigrants in some of these sanctuary cities like Chicago. That's the city we're talking about, Chicago, how some of the class sizes have gotten bigger. But yeah, they have the right to education as well. Yes.
That's part of what make America great, though. We got things that most countries don't have, and another thing too
But
to the
just
to
to add to that, and I don't want to cut you off, but just and add this to what you're going to talk about. But they do not have the right to health care. They have
No.
the right to education, but they do not have the right to health care. Shouldn't
Yeah,
that be in
public
there too?
education. Yes.
they
Because
do
I think
actually
healthcare is also very important. I'm interested to know why they didn't throw that in there too.
they kind of do. They don't have the right to like free healthcare, but if they show up
Federal.
to if they show up to an emergency room, they have to be treated.
Yes, they'll be treated, and just to be is specifically federally funded health coverage. They're not eligible for federally funded health coverage, such as Medicaid, CHIP, or Medicare. So something else, maybe state, whatever the case. I mean, like what Tu just said, you show up to an emergency room, yeah, you got to be treated. But
Y'all about to talk Yvonne into joining the being the 51st state here.
Hey Marty, do you know why we got Gitmo?
We were asking why do we have it?
Do you know why we have Gitmo? Why they take
in the School of Americas?
the 9/11, like the terrorists from
Yeah,
9/11?
the worst of the worst.
You know why they take them to Gitmo?
Because they have no rights.
Exactly, because if they brought them
They strip everything away.
America, they would be covered by some of our.
They will be covered by
our
some
rights.
of our rights. Yeah.
So that's why they take them to Gitmo.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's where I think the Boston bomber is as well. No, the Boston
I don't
bomber
think so.
is no, the Boston bomber's in Colorado with El Chapo. I don't know why I said that. He's
Yeah, I
in
think they're
Colorado.
American. But see, that's why we so great. America is so great, and you got people that's in office right now that's trying to turn that around. They're trying to reverse it. They're trying to repeal a lot of stuff. They're trying to go against the Constitution, and instead of making America great again, they're gonna make America hate again.
Can I be honest with you, bro? I'm gonna be quite honest with you, right? Because remember, we all know, Obama has deported the absolute most people, followed by Bush. I think, or Bush leads him, and then he comes right behind Bush. Either or. I think a lot of this is coming off the backs of what we just witnessed happen in this country, right? Um, and like I said, I'm a product of migrants. I have a lot of migrant friends. I mean, I can openly speak about this, but what I feel is majority of this is because remember what we just witnessed, a lot of migrants didn't even agree with. You know what I'm saying? Just the heavy influx, especially where we can all admit majority of it was military age men not coming from our southern border, but coming from as far as Africa, China, Iran, and all of these things. Well documented. And so when you get such this influx, I think this is the type of response you get behind it, especially when it's the different political party that's now in office. But if you ask me, I do believe once the roundup of what they're considering to be the worst of the worst and the violent criminals that have been, I mean, because police in New York, police in Atlanta, police in Chicago, police in certain places talk about this, but they feel like they don't have backup because they'll arrest somebody for a violent crime today. That person is back out on the street 24 to 48 hours later. So it's like, what the hell are we doing? But anyways, after this major roundup of a lot of these violent criminals happen, I do think there will be a slowdown to the roundup of migrants. And that's
But
just me
Marty,
personally. Go ahead.
Marty, how do they always say that the Dems never their immigration policy was so bad? And because you said that Obama did turn back a lot of people and Bush did turn back a lot of people more than even Mr. Trump, President Trump. So is it people just say that because of political reasons? Because we know the last one was really bad, right? Even Canada here. I don't agree with that. They should have taken in so many of the people without the resources
Uh-huh.
to support them. Everybody knows how I feel about that. Um, because I think most people were trying to be, I don't know, trying to empathize with all these people coming from these countries. But I
Uh-huh.
mean,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
yours got out of hand. But how people always say the Dems never do this and them never do that, and you are saying now that Obama did have a policy where he sent back a lot of people.
Oh yeah. Remember yeah,
Great point.
absolutely. I mean, once again, it goes kind of people speak kind of most of the time to benefit their party and who they support.
You
Me,
mean out of the
I
you
like
mean
to be
out of their
objective.
asses?
Exactly. I like to be as objective as possible because I mean, no matter how far right you are or far left you are, at the end of the day, if you're unable to look at something and say, okay, this is wrong or this is right when it's right or this is wrong when it's wrong, then you're just sucked into the political game. But I don't know why, but I mean, all the numbers literally exist themselves, and yeah, Obama has definitely in 2013, Obama deported over 430,000 people just in 2013 alone. You know what I mean? But I don't know why, Yvonne. I don't know why. I don't know. But those cages that you hear people talk about, like the cages where the kids were in, which administration do you think
But they
majority of
weren't
that
built
was?
for children though, Marty.
No, 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 no. What I'm
You
saying,
get deep
no.
down in
What
them
I'm
The
talking points. It
yeah,
comes
no,
in
what
the
on
I'm
the
no, no, no.
Republican
Remember,
talking
remember,
points.
remember, remember. I didn't say they were
I
built
know about
for
that though.
children.
I know
I didn't
about
say
that
they
though,
were built
Marty.
for
The
The
answer is
yeah,
children.
Obama.
What
Obama
I'm
built
hold on.
them, but they were
What
not
I'm
built for the children. So I
Yeah,
know the
no,
whole
no,
story on
no.
that.
Remember, hold on, hold on. I didn't say I'm saying the cages that we're talking about that the children were held in. Once again, they were not built for children. Yes, I'm with you. What I'm trying to say is though, all of that came about during Obama administration. So when Trump came into office in 2016, and this was something I was misinformed about. I was told Trump built the cages because he's putting these kids in there, this, that, and the third. The separation of the children from the families, a lot of that did happen under Trump and whatnot. But it's like those cages were already there. You know
But
what I'm saying? The people in
I
the
learned it the other way though. I learned the fact that because I'm close to American politics, as Andrew would know that he says I'm the 51st. I think he's the 11th province, but Andrew Love. So I did learn from all the news casts and everything that Obama built the cages, but they didn't build them to put those to separate parents from children, but President Trump did under his time. So I do understand the whole
We'll
of
add a
that.
maple leaf. We'll
It's
add a maple
interesting.
leaf next to the stars
I am
on
gonna
the
give you a
side.
maple leaf, and I'm also gonna give you some syrup, Andrew. I think you would like it. Thailand.
Marty, I got another good question for you. If you think they're only going after violent criminals mostly, why are they going after birthright citizenship? Like we gonna find out. They use that to pull on people heartstrings that they want to go after violent criminal, but really, these people don't like any migrants. They don't like. You see what Steve Bannon was coming out because he didn't even want the H-1B visas. So the people over there, they don't want any migrant. They don't want any immigrants. They don't.
Let's say this, right? Say this, because what you're saying right now, you are correct. But the only thing I say is incorrect, because I don't think you can be of absolute certainty of it. Not everybody who is in power on the Republican side doesn't want migrants in here. Do
You're
I
right.
truly
You're right.
do
You're
I
right.
truly believe that there are people who want to keep this country a certain way, of a certain nationality? Absolutely. But like that room where Nelson was in here when we discussed, bro, majority of America's tech and some of the biggest companies right now are owned by migrants. You understand what I'm saying? So do I believe that there's a lot of crazies up there who talk a lot of dumb shit out of their ass because they're so disconnected from society today? Absolutely. But when I hear people say, the right wants it to be no migrants here, I'm like, come on, bro.
No,
You
you're
know what
right.
I'm
I shouldn't.
saying?
I shouldn't use
So yeah,
absolutes.
that's all.
I try to stay
So
away
what?
from
That's the
using
only thing.
absolutes too.
That's the only thing I say. But yes, there are a lot of crazies on the right side who don't want any migrants here, and the reason I say that they just talk shit out of their asses because they couldn't even picture a country with no migrants, because majority of them, even the old ones, migrants have been here since before they was even alive. You understand what I'm saying? Whether their fathers were plantation owners or not, majority of them, there were migrants here before them. Fuck, their family probably migrated here. You get what I'm saying? It's like I don't
Yeah.
even pay attention to them people because I know they're just disconnected. They crazy. It's like racists. Racists will always be around. I can't control every single one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't even. I just push them in their own box, put them away.
Two, can I elevate Marta a little bit, aka Glaze? I use elevate, okay, because I'm a career professional. Man, you got some moderating skills. I think you can start monetizing those moderating skills. And no doubt BDA chose you to be his collaborator, and at least you came in second at that time. And I think if you learn a lot of things from that period, and plus what you knew before, man, you're a good moderator. This is one of the best, and I would say, sorry, Jonathan, I hope you're not listening. One of the best rooms I've ever been into. It is so educational, and both of you going back and forth was amazing. I just wanted to
No,
say
no
that.
No,
doubt.
I
I
second that
appreciate
about
that.
Marty. He good. He really good at what he do. I ain't gonna lie. And he reasonable. Like you get to talk to a lot of people from, if you on different side, even some Democrats and even some Republicans. They're not reasonable. They're not willing to listen. So him being reasonable, that does make for a good moderator.
No, and that's the thing, and that's why I'm glad I'm not that stuck into politics. Appreciate that too. But I look at a lot of this stuff from my lens of perspective, and then from a third person. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, don't get too hung up on your party, because sometimes you hear it here in this room. You know what I'm saying? You'll hear some stuff being said and people stand strong behind it. And if nobody refutes it, they'll just keep on going about it. You know what I'm saying? But no, man, I definitely do my best to try to stay as reasonable as I can, because I get it, bro. There's what you experience in your world, in your life, like how you and Storm were just talking about the cops. I understand there's people who live a world that know nothing about the life I'm living today. Absolutely nothing. Like I think when I went to Kentucky one year, that was my biggest wake up call about, a certain brand of white folks or whatnot. Like they knew nothing of my lifestyle, of nothing about me, because these are folks who live in Kentucky up in the mountains all their life. That's all they know. All their generations have never left these mountains. You know what I'm saying? So when they look at me or they see something about me, if they ask a certain question, somebody might pose it as, oh, they're racist. But me, I'm like, bro, these people ain't never met in person a black person like me. The most they probably seen is me on TV or some shit like that. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's like there's a lot of disconnects like that in this world, and people don't understand that. And I get that, and that's why I don't automatically just jump to conclusions sometimes when people say stuff, because it's like the life you live wouldn't allow you to see this perspective, or you wouldn't understand this perspective because you've never seen it, you've never dealt with it. So you might ask a question that somebody deems to be racist or crazy, and in reality, you were being as genuine as you could by asking that question because you've never experienced this before, you've never seen this before. So that's just something I always, keep in the back of my mind, that you never know what lifestyle or life that somebody's like. Even Auntie Yvonne, she lives in Canada. There's certain things we do here in the US through these past 4 years. I've heard the way she's responded to some things. She would have never known some Americans live like this, or some of these things actually go down in America. But when she asked the question, if you would automatically jump to a conclusion, you wouldn't allow her to learn from. You know what I'm saying? Because it's you wouldn't realize that, hey, even though she's on social media, even though she's on this app, she would have never known these things transpire or happen had she not been talking to other everyday people. You get what I'm saying? So that's why sometimes when people say something or ask a question, I'm not quick to just condemn them or judge them or anything like that, because that's your life, that's your reality that you're seeing in your everyday world. Now, I finally got the numbers. I've been looking for them this whole time we've been talking. Obama removed a total of 3,066,457 migrants in a total of his 8-year span. George Bush behind him was 2,012,539 of his 8 years. So yeah, they're the top two, and then Trump came in 2016, 551,449. Yeah, which
Do you have
averaged
Biden numbers?
this doesn't give. Let me pull up Biden's. This list right here starts all the way from Benjamin Harrison all the way to Trump, but it actually I'm gonna get Biden's numbers in a second here.
Y'all
But
know,
I'm gonna be
y'all
honest
know
with you.
Biden's like negative
I
8
was
million.
just about to say.
No, I think Biden actually
Mariana
deported
is
more than
here.
Trump.
Let me.
Go ahead.
Can I have the mic
Go
when I
ahead.
can?
Yes, absolutely. Jump in.
So two things. You were talking about, how some people wants to keep this country just with certain race, and you were talking about how you don't understand. So some people don't understand others because they don't know the way of how they live and their culture.
Uh-huh.
And this is why, in my opinion, every country should stay eclectic, and with people from different classes, different cultures, because that's how you grow. If you only stay with the people that just looks like you, they talks like you, and they acts like you, come on, how are you gonna know anything about the world if you just stay in your own cocoon?
Exactly.
So if you travel the world, you're going to be shocked because you've never seen anybody that looks different than you. That's just ridiculous, in my opinion. The second point, Mari, we talked about the Proud Boys yesterday, and I told you that one of them said they were going to go get guns and all that. Okay,
Yes.
so last night I watched an interview with the recently released as leader of the Proud Boys, and this is what he says. He said he is not attacking or is going to threat anyone, but he is not sorry, or he's not. He doesn't feel guilty of what happened, what people did, but he is sorry for what happened that day. But here it is why I don't believe what he says is because when they arrested him and they found him guilty and he confessed to whatever he did, he said that he admitted that was wrong and that he was sorry. But then now that he's out and that he's free and that he pardon, he is saying that, yeah, I don't feel like I did something wrong, but I just feel bad for what happened that day. um I feel like he's flip-flopping. The way he dresses, like with like dark glasses, inside a building for an interview, reading people, it tells me that you hide something when you do that, because why not showing your eyes and your expression, and this is the way he dresses all the time. If you see pictures and videos of him, that's how you see him. His name, I think is Enrique, something like that. He has actually a Latino name.
The leader.
And yes, he is supposedly he is the S leader at the moment. I don't know if he's going to take over again now that he's out. But I don't trust his words. I feel like he is saying that just so she doesn't get in trouble right away. But I feel like he's someone that it can go after someone at any point if they bother him. One thing that he said also was the DOG needs to be investigated. According to him, um, it was injustice, towards him, which is full of crap because he is guilty. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. If you have any questions, let me know.
No. Thank you for definitely going back and finding that. I'm when we talked about that yesterday. I'm glad we were able to, because everything he was saying. No, he's definitely wrong about it. If he decides to start carrying out some actions because he feels like he's been pardoned, I assure you he will be swiftly met by justice, by the Justice Department, and he will be arrested and taken his ass right back to jail. Personally, he was somebody that I don't think should have been pardoned in the pardons, but unfortunately, I didn't get to make that decision. But he's definitely not protected by any form of pardon just because he was pardoned. If he decides to go do anything else, if he decides to do anything, that's on him. But no, thank you for finding that, because no, I'm with you. He's one of those ones that definitely shouldn't have been pardoned. And yeah, he decides to get his Proud Boys up and go do something stupid. That's on him. I don't see him getting a second pardon because he wants to be stupid. Trump would pretty much tank his own career doing something like that. But to two, I just want to say the during Biden's administration, the numbers are kind of all over the place and going into the 500,000s. But what I've, because there are reports saying that it was more than Trump, but per ICE officials, a majority of the deportations in fiscal year 2024 involved migrants apprehended by border officials compared to those ICE arrested in the US interior. So 82% of the 271,000 immigrants deported that year were arrested by border agents. So I think where the tick came in, where it's coming out like numbers saying Biden deported way more than Trump, it's the fact that there were much more people at the border, and majority of those people were detained by Border Patrol, not actually ICE going through the states and finding them and whatnot. A lot of these people were stopped at the border and turned back, and they were considered deportees as well.
But you don't consider somebody you deported somebody if you caught them at the border, right? I thought
Yeah,
only.
that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. But they do count it though. It's literally on several of the articles I was reading while Mariano was talking. They actually are counting those numbers. That's part of the number. That's why I said roughly 82% of the 271,000 immigrants deported in 2024 were arrested by Border Patrol agents, and border agents aren't driving through the cities arresting people. That's at the
Oh no,
border.
they do. No, they do.
No,
They
no,
patrol within
they
100 miles of the border.
yeah, no. Now they can.
No,
Now
they've
they
been
can.
like that. They've been their jurisdiction within
No, I'm
100
sorry.
miles
Now
of the
they can
border.
go past the 100 miles. Excuse me. Now they can go
Oh,
past the
okay.
miles. But what I'm saying is, along the border, like in Texas, this, that, and the third. If I drive down to El Paso, you know what I'm saying, some of those border towns, yes, you will see, some border patrol agents. But up here in Dallas, ain't no border patrol agents driving around. Up in Houston, ain't no border patrol agents driving around. You get what I'm trying to? So what I'm saying is, majority were at the border, near the border. It wasn't like, the migrants who were already in the cities of Chicago, New York, LA, these things like that were being rounded up by ICE agents. Basically saying ICE did deport, but majority of who was deported under Biden administration will happen at the border, from what I'm getting. But yes, go ahead.
So isn't that what we want? We don't want them getting into the US.
Absolutely.
So Biden did a better job than others previously by catching them at the border, right?
I'm sorry, say that. Maybe that was not.
Biden did
Go
a
ahead.
better job catching them at the border than
I'm not going to
previous
say I'm not going to
presidents.
say that's wrong. I'm not going to say what you're saying is wrong. I will say yes. No. Hear me out. I will say yes, The only thing that I add to that is during the Biden administration, we definitely had more people at the border. That's the only difference. Because yes, what you're saying is correct. We do want to catch him at the border. He definitely did a good job at keeping them at the border and turning them back. I will say the only difference compared to whether it was Obama's or Trump administration, they like under Obama administration, he deported a ton of people, but he didn't have the huge, border crisis where bunch of people were actually at the border waiting to be either crossed, gone through the system or whatever.
Actually did, Marty. He was having them caravans of people. Anytime we have a Democratic
Go ahead.
president, anytime we have a Democratic president, we have those issues where we have a lot of people
The
coming in because
caravan.
they know they're more tolerant. And anytime you have a Republican, sometimes it kind of slow down because they're not as tolerant. So maybe his numbers were like that because he had.
And we're losing you too. We're losing you. We're losing you. We're losing you. It's coming after you hard
I'm
today.
saying
You was
maybe
good all yesterday.
Obama
There you go. There you go.
numbers were. No, I was saying Obama
You're
numbers
good
may
now.
been up also. Yeah, I was saying Obama numbers might have been up also because it was more interactions at the border too. Because every time we have a Democrat, like you say, we have those caravan of people that start coming because they know, they have a better chance at getting in, or they feel like it anyway. That the Democrats are going to be a little more tolerable than the Republican will be.
I do recall now, and I may be incorrect about this. I do recall a caravan during, because you're right. There was definitely one during the Obama. There was definitely. I don't think I could be wrong. I'm trying to pull it up to see how, because they do have the numbers on it. I think the big one, because I actually had a family member in this one, was during the one under the first Biden administration, before all these immigration things even became a thing, before all of these, major border cross, all this. This was like in the beginning. That huge caravan that started down in like Venezuela or whatever, wherever the Chile went through all these different countries. That was post Trump or at the end of Trump's coming into Biden's or whatever. The one that happened under Obama, gosh, I want to find that. I'm actually looking for it. But I do remember there was one. So you might be right. You may be right that played a part. But under Obama in the cities, Obama wasn't playing. Because even down in Miami, folks was, making sure they played their part, right? Stayed in the house when they had to. Under Obama administration, folks was getting picked up left and right. I'm gonna look up those numbers because it may be to what he just said. It could be that a lot of them were caught at the border, but I don't know. So I won't speak on it yet. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the actual numbers like I did a second ago. ICE detention beds. But no, I think that was Jonathan that brought that up. Yes, that's really how we want it though. We want it to be where the majority of these detainees or apprehensions, deportations are happening right at the border. Absolutely.
Let me ask you another question, Marty. Do you consider asylum seekers illegal? The word y'all like to use?
Asylum seekers, no. And one of the burning questions following that is, well, how do you know who's an asylum seeker and who's not? Right? And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the difference, but I will say this. Growing up being somebody I've probably watched every season of Border Patrol on National Geographic, where you're literally watching some of these people come across the border, this, that, and the third. If you speak to Border Patrol agents, they'll more than likely have a clear answer for you because they see it every day. But me, I'm gonna go off of what I've seen based off of what I've watched from Nat Geo to actual some of the people who do that journalism on the ground. You can almost see the difference from when they're talking to you, from the people who are coming over. Majority of the asylum seekers and whatnot that are fleeing due to the real safety hardships of their country before. You got the mothers, the kids. You got that father with his kid. You got that father and wife. And when you meet them, they immediately tell you. It's almost like they immediately come out and tell you this is what's going on, this, that, and the third. Um, some people literally would straight up just tell you, "Hey, man, I just need work. I'm just looking for work. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking for work. I'm just looking for work," or whatever the case is, looking to come make money. It's that and the third. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be here the one to tell you what's the difference or how do you point out an asylum seeker, but I do think that it is different for asylum seekers. That's what makes this country so great, the fact that you can come here and seek asylum. But that question would be better answered by a border patrol agent because they definitely will be able to tell you the difference, but not me.
I remember a time when Haitians can they wouldn't allow them to get asylum, but they would allow Cubans. You remember that?
Uh-huh. So that was during damn it,
Was it
man.
Bush?
You had a lot of Haitians. So I can't remember what year it was, but you had a lot of Haitians die that year. Cubans as well, because they were coming over
They
on
were
May.
making trucks. They were turning trucks into boats, and I remember
Yeah, they were
that.
turning anything into boats. Yeah, they were turning anything into boats to get over. I think I was in like seventh or eighth grade when that was like super, really, really popping off. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, they were turning just about anything they can into boats. And yeah, there were certain Haitian migrants that were being, if the Coast Guard, Cubans as well. So I don't know the exact logistics, but if they were caught by Coast Guard far out enough, they would turn them back. If they
Yeah, they had
were,
to get 1 foot on soil. If they got one toe on the soil,
there was
they
a
could
wrap.
seek
It was,
asylum. Yeah,
yes,
but
but what
Haitians,
was,
even if they got on soil, they still would turn them back around.
and that's the one, that's the thing that I don't know how that, because they didn't turn them back around on their exact raft. Like they detained them and ended up
Yeah,
deporting them.
yeah, the
Yeah.
port. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Now
It was
that I'll
because
actually have
it's
to do.
like because it's certain reasons that you can seek asylum. I don't got every, I don't want to because a lot of this stuff coming off top, but I think it got a lot to do with political and maybe like street gangs. Maybe could be one of the things, but they didn't consider Haiti at the time a place that people could seek asylum. But at the time, Cuba, because it was a communist country, I guess people were seeking asylum for political reasons.
Yeah. So for here in the States, if they have well-founded fear of persecution in their home country based on their race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group or political, essentially, if they're feeling persecution due to one of these, let me make sure this is directly for the U.S. I want to know exactly.
Ari, before
Go
you
ahead, go
end
for it.
here, yes, I have question because I think I dreamed this and it's bugging me because I haven't found the answer. Was the guy that is going to be leading our military, is his
Pete
um
Hegseth,
no, yes. I think that's his name.
Secretary of Defense.
Exactly.
Yes.
Is he going to be confirmed or
Oh,
did
he
I
was
see it?
confirmed yesterday. You mean?
Fuck. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you, but yeah, that happened yesterday.
No, but so listen to this. This is how much I don't want the guy to be confirmed that I swear I dream. I probably a dream. The breaking news that his decision of confirming him was challenged by by the Senate. So I was like, this morning I woke up like, oh my God, is that true or did I dream that? So anyway, so thank you for making me sad.
No, let me, because I didn't see that. I didn't see anything about the challenge, but I'm actually, um, I want to see that right now. Let me see. Vote challenge.
I think I was dreaming, Ari, but you go ahead because I just really don't like the guy. So that's it.
No, he's yeah, no, he's in. He's P. Hegseth sworn in as Defense Secretary after
Yeah,
whatever.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
yeah.
what's his name?
His last name is starts with the H. I just can't remember.
Hegseth. No, I was
Hegseth,
trying to
Hegseth, H E
Hegseth.
Yeah,
G
I'm saying Hag. It's
yeah.
S E
There
Hegseth.
you
T
go.
H,
There you go.
Hegseth.
I mean,
JD Vance broke
honestly,
the tie.
yeah. I think he was the one that was going to sword him in, but all the other all the other out of the everybody that he picked, I think is that's the one that I dislike the most.
Hegseth. Hegseth. I don't know why I
Yes.
keep saying Hag. It looks like Hag.
Yes,
Hegseth.
that's
Hagseth sounds better.
that one, and I'm a little concerned about the health guy as well, the Kennedy guy. Um,
RFK.
RFK
yes,
for
I'm a little
health.
concerned about him and the the blonde lady that is gonna do
The education,
no no
McMahon.
no no no. She has some high level position. Oh my God, what's her name? She is blonde. Um, I actually listened to the whole hearing of her. I don't dislike her. I think she was a big supporter of Trump during that time when they were denying the election. She was one of the deniers. But even with that, I believe
Oh,
she's
you're talking
very
about Pam.
Pan. I think she's very
Yeah.
qualified for the job. Obviously, I have my concerns as well, but I think it's just qualified. I'm talking. The reason why I don't like the guy that's going to lead the military is I don't think he's qualified to lead the job, and I'm concerned about some of the accusations that he has and how he flip flop at the hearing. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's my thought on that.
No, for sure. Mine's is Secretary of Education, McMahon. Linda, was it Linda McMahon or whatever the heck her first name is? I'm trying to pull it up right now. I mean, I don't know what the hell she knows about education. And even when Trump's first term, where they had the other lady, I forgot what her name was, over education. I'm gonna find that in a second as well. Yeah,
DeVos.
DeVos. Yeah, Betsy DeVos. Yeah, this is someone who never went through the public education system. All her kids went to private school. All of them went to private universities. This, that, and the third. But yet you're leading. You're the Secretary of Education. Like, what the hell do you know about half of America's education right now? And
Oh yeah, and
so,
that's what mind boggling because it makes you feel like it's almost like a you paying them for supporting you. So you're going to put them in a position, but not really someone who is qualified to do the job for the American people. And
yeah,
that's what
no,
bothers
those
me. That bothers
absolutely.
me.
That's the two, because that first time around and this time around as well, when it comes to education, and I actually need to go back to see who everybody else's choices were from, even all the way back to Bush, because education in this country, public education in this country, has been at such a turmoil for so long. So I'm like, at what point do we say, okay, we need to really put somebody up there who has some form of knowledge on what the heck is actually going on in the schools of America today versus, because like Linda McMahon, we're talking a WWE wrestling executive down to, I mean, she led the small business administration during Trump's first term, but you're putting her over education in this country. Like, what are we talking about here? So, I mean, that's the one for me. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Like,
You got Tulsi
that's that donut.
Gabbard. You got Tulsi Gabbard over national intelligence, and she was like on a no fly list at one time. Because
So it was so bingo. I'm glad you just said that. Now it did come out, which we disproved that in this room, that she never actually was on a no fly list. So I just want to say that, just so
but
you know, if you decide to carry on with it, that's cool. But I want to let
but
you know we did
okay,
debunk
I'm
that.
saying the reason why, because she
No, I'm not
was
saying no,
caught with
no. To
having
what you said, no, what you said. I'm not. Everything you said, I'm cool with. I was just letting you know about the no
no,
fly list.
I'm gonna take your word at face value because you've been pretty good at
Yeah,
keeping
we had a
everything
week, because I
pretty
think I was
clean.
one of the people who said it, and then after it actually came out that she was never actually on a no fly list. Yeah, we had talked
But
about
she
that a few months back.
but I think she was accused of having like a secret meeting with the side
Something like that.
who's a
Yes.
close ally of Russia and Iran. Yeah, so I mean she all looked like a spy. She's a director of the national intelligence. So
You're underwater.
a lot of
Is
his
it
picks are very.
headphones? Can you take headphones out?
No, I
Are they
don't
low
have on
battery?
headphones.
No,
I don't have
that's.
on
I
headphones.
think every now
It's
and
your
then his server
internet.
just kind of
Okay.
goes out.
I
Yeah.
think the app just glitched. I see people get Wi-Fi phase out the blue.
Oh, that could have been just what just happened just now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but no, I get what you mean though. Her now she's the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. You know, I hear you. For me, the main one that stuck out to me, because it stuck out to me the last the last time around, and it's funny because it stuck out to me for Trump's first term. I paid absolutely no attention to it during the Biden's term, and now it's sticking. You know what I'm saying? So I think I need to I need to check my damn self, and because I'm like, come on, man, we're sitting here putting folks in that ain't got no business. I don't know.
Do you think, Marty, just keeping it real now? I really don't think Trump is that interested in governing like that. I think he's been told who to put in these certain places. And I'm wondering who's telling him to put these people in these certain positions.
You know, I explored that for Trump's first term. Like he could care less about the governing part, just put certain people in places and then do what he does based off of what he feels. Um
Not this time though.
I think I felt more strongly on that his first term, not so much this term. I think Trump has like, I think he went through it because, he was never into politics or anything like that. And then boom, he became our president. So I feel like his first term was more of that. But now that he's been through it, he's been through the shitstorm, he's gone through it, come out, went through the whole thing. I think now more so we're getting a taste of what Trump really wants. You get what I'm saying? Maybe there's still
Yeah,
probably a few people. I feel like
he
there's still
doesn't.
maybe a few people who are like told, "Hey, get this person for this, get that person for that, and whatnot," which could be for a lot of them. But I think now Trump has more of a feel for U.S. politics, D.C., the whole nine, and so I think this term we'll get more of what Trump really wants. But what you just asked, I think that played more of a part his first term.
He doesn't want career politicians, Marty, for this second term, because the first term he didn't really know his way around,
Yeah.
Washington, and he relied on, and he kept some of Obama's people that
Mm-hmm.
actually worked against him and leaked out a lot of information that caused a lot of chaos. So this time around, he really didn't want career politicians, and this is what we have.
Trish,
Yeah.
can you name some Obama people that he picked to be in his cabinet his first go
Not
around?
not at, not at this moment, but I know that if I can, I mean, you can Google it too. But I know that he did, um, you know, hold back some of like I think some people in the Justice Department he held back from the Obama administration.
Oh,
That's
okay,
what
I
got him
got you. I
into
thought you were
trouble.
talking about some of the people he picked to lead some of the cabinet position, like national, people over the DOJ, the National Intelligence, and the Secretary of Defense. I thought you was talking about those type of people.
I I think traditionally he did keep over some people, but I'd have to look into that too. I don't have the names. The other thing too, I know you talked a lot about ICE and what have you, uh, catching, stopping people and what have you. But if you read the Fourth Amendment, right against unreasonable search and seizure, that covers us all Americans as well as illegal. So you are right when you say that illegal immigrants do have, our laws do protect them. However, with that Fourth Amendment, there are three little mechanisms, right? The first one is that ICE or cops can stop you if they have reasonable suspicion, like a drunk driver or something, or they, for any reason, actually, for any reason. Like I was telling Jonathan in chat, if a cop sees a really pretty woman and he feels compelled to get to know her or something, or is curious about her, he can stop her and have a conversation. And that conversation would be, can you give me your driver's license? And she would probably say, well, why are you stopping me? And he doesn't really need to tell you why he's stopping you. He's just wanting to maybe make conversation with a pretty girl. That's part of reasonable suspicion. And then you have the other
No,
mechanism.
Trish.
That's
That's
not cool
totally
at
untrue.
all.
But
Yeah,
I know
that's
it's
Not
not
totally
cool
cool.
untrue.
at
But listen,
all.
let me
No, it's
finish too. Let
untrue.
me finish. Let me finish so you understand the Fourth Amendment. I'm just telling you what I'm
I
reading here in
understand
the.
the Fourth Amendment. Trust me, I
Okay.
do.
The second mechanism is probable cause, right? Reasonable suspicion is more of an appearance that that a crime has been committed and is a step before probable cause. The situation escalates to probable cause when it becomes more obvious that a crime has most likely been committed. That's the second mechanism for when someone stops you, ICE. Or the third mechanism is it's known as a warrant, right? A warrant is a legal document, and that's when they go to the judge. Say if they think a drug dealer is keeping drugs in his house or what have you, that's when they go get a warrant. But here's the caveat: now they don't even need a warrant because of after 9/11, they have the law where a cop can break down my door and they don't need a warrant. That's how far.
Wait a minute. What state? In what state can a cop break down your
They
door?
Y'all need to
If it's a
slow it
terrorist
down.
It's the
She getting
threat
Patriot
or
Act.
Wait,
impatient.
one
It's
second.
the
One
Patriot
second.
Act.
One
It's
second.
the Patriot Act. If let me tell you something, anybody in any state, if it's a federal, okay, if federal thinks that it's something that you're a freaking mob boss or something, I'm talking about federal. Federal trumps state law. So under the Patriot Act, the federal government can break down your door in any state without a warrant. They'll get the warrant after they break down. That's how the law is written. They'll get the warrant after they break down your door. I'm talking federal. So if we're rounding up all these people and it's a federal mandate by the government, they really don't need a warrant to break down an
No, she
illegal
doesn't.
door.
only if they
No,
can
no.
prove that they're a threat, though. They have to be able to prove that they had. I mean, you can't just go in there and be
Right,
like,
right.
"I broke it down." You
Reasonable.
have to be able to prove
Yes.
your reasonable doubt, or prove your prove your that you thought that they were doing something terroristic in there.
Okay.
They better
So,
have
Trish,
something, Hillary.
So
They
just to be
right.
clear, you said this was due to the what? Due to what? Because as
The
of right
Patriot
now,
Act.
Patriot Act of
the
9/11.
Patriot Act. So as of right now, and I get what you're saying, but the federal government cannot enter your home without a warrant, as this would violate the Fourth Amendment, which protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. However, there are a few exceptions to this rule, such as emergency situations where there is an imminent danger or probable cause to believe someone inside is in danger. But even with not but against this, so to what you were saying, no, if right now federal agents are come to my building and they're freaking they decide my neighbors, there's a bunch of immigrants living in there, whether they're looking for immigrants or not, and I don't give a shit if it smelled like 10 pounds of weed were coming out of my house. They could not just come kick my damn door in because without a warrant. Even in states where if a cop is standing by your door, which I'm trying to remember which state it is, some states where if a cop is standing by your door and they smell drugs coming from in your house, even then they still have to get a warrant before they can go up in your shit. They have a reason now to go in there. They have probable cause, but even then, they would still need to get that warrant or whatnot if the probable cause wasn't enough to allow. But no, the federal government cannot just
Marty, it
because
depends. You can't say that blanketly. It depends, Marty, on the
but no, that's what I
crime.
just read. But no, that's what I just read. Remember, emergency situations where there is imminent danger or probable cause to believe someone inside is in danger. So if it's not imminent danger or they don't believe somebody inside is in imminent danger, which
Right.
definitely narrows it a whole lot, the average person shouldn't have to worry about the federal government coming to kick their door in.
There's
Because the
something else.
exceptions come in, the exceptions fall into a small box, is what I was trying to say. That's
There's
all I was
something
trying to
else
say.
she said that was wrong too. A police cannot just pull over a woman because they think she's pretty. You
I
cannot
Yeah, they
just,
just
got to
take.
prove
listen,
probably. They got to
listen,
Hold
prove.
I
on,
know,
hold on, hold
I
on
am
a second,
just
Trish.
giving a
Hold on, Trish. Let
hypothetical
me.
to, I
You,
was giving you a hypothetical, but
but the
look,
hypothetical
I
is
don't, I'm
wrong.
not,
Hold on, let me
I'm
finish.
just,
I allowed you to finish. Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Let her finish. Go ahead,
Yeah, the
Trish.
hypothetical was wrong. A police cannot just pull people over without probable cause. Like if you break a traffic
well, probable
infraction.
cause is different from
Oh my
the
God.
first part. Probable cause is
Hold on, hold on,
different
hold on, hold
from
on.
suspicion.
No, even
What the example that you gave was
reasonable articulable suspicion is
suspicion.
one
They call it
that,
ROS. Yeah,
yeah,
it got to be that a crime is being committed or
they suspect a crime is about to be committed.
about to be committed. But the example that you use, that if a cop want to see a pretty woman and they just want to get to know her, they can pull her over and then they can
He's
ask
not
her
going to
for
tell her that, oh, you're pretty. That's why
hold
it's
But
a
her.
no,
second.
No.
hold on, Trish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Come
And
on.
you said, and when he does that, he can ask her for her license, and he don't have to tell her why he's pulling her over. That's not true at all. A cop, you have to be speeding, like you say, he had to see something or know that you have done something wrong before they can just pull. That's the whole reason we was talking about the immigration thing, about them taking people papers
Yeah,
with no probable cause. You
No,
got
a
to
yeah,
have
cop
no,
could
probable
pull
cause.
me over. Wait, a cop could pull me over,
mm-hmm.
and he could come up to my window and he could say, "Ma'am, I'd like to have your driver's license and whatever your insurance." And I would say to him, "Well, why are you pulling me over?" And you
Uh-huh.
know what he could say to me? Say if he wanted to get to know me or something, he could say to me, "Well, are you okay, ma'am?
No,
Are, are you okay?" And I say, "Yeah, I'm
Mm,
okay. Why did you pull me over?" "Oh, well, I saw you go over the line or something." He can
no.
say whatever he wants to
This is the thing,
justify
right? This is the thing. This is
pulling
the
me over.
Trish.
But
This is the
then
thing,
he's
right?
breaking the law if he's lying about
The
that. I'm not
bingo.
saying
The
that cops
Well, I
don't
don't
do
know.
that.
Cops never do
Everybody's like,
that.
I'm
hold
not
on.
saying that cops don't do that, Trish. Hold on one second. I'm not saying cops don't do that, but they're not by law. They're not supposed to do
course they're
that.
not supposed to,
So, but
too.
That's
Trish,
what
hold
we
We
on,
know
hold
talking
on,
that.
one
about. The
second, one
law,
second,
Trish.
one
We're
second,
not
one
talking
second.
about hypothetical. We actually
Cops
talking about.
break the
Yeah.
law.
No, hold on one second. Let me jump in here real quick because right now, any one of you on YouTube, you'll find a bunch of videos, and this started happening. You know how cops say, "Oh, you pull anybody over now, they got a cell phone out." Because yes, as much as friends in law enforcement that I have, as much as I support law enforcement, this, that, and the third, I do. There are times where yes, they will try to tell you anything just to get your ID or because they felt like they saw something that wasn't enough for them to pull you over. But the thing is, that's where you get those people who do pull their cell phone out and say, "Hey, why are you pulling me over? Or you crossed the line,
Am I
bro.
free to go?"
Am I free to?" You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, I've seen some people in video, and you can find many of these online on YouTube. I love watching this shit. Where a
First Amendment
really,
audits. That's
where
what they
yes,
call.
the First Amendment audits as well, where a cop will pull somebody over and that person, even though the cop is coming out real hostile, that person remains so respectful. And they request the supervisor, they tell them, "Hey, what you're attempting to pull me over for, asking for it's not legal, it's not but they remain respectful. And after two, three, four cops show up, or after just their supervisor shows up, guess what? They never had to show ID and they got to go home. So the thing is, there are a lot of people who do these things because they understand that the average American doesn't know their rights. So a cop will pull you over for just about anything, and you're quick to just, "Okay, well, here you go. Here's my ID. Oh, yeah, go ahead, search my car," whatever the case is. And then you end up in something you had no business ending up in. There was a cop, and black folks talk about this, but this was actually happened to a lot of white folks. There was a cop who was planting drugs in people's cars in a city in Florida, I believe it exactly was. And these were people who were regular law-abiding citizens. Were like, he was like, "Can I search your car?" And he's like, and the people were like, "Oh, well, yeah, I don't have anything to hide. I'm not freaking." And then the cops come back and like, "Yo, you had meth in your car." And they're like, "What the? No, I know the hell." And these people, so many people went down until the cop was actually caught and arrested, and then those people's charges. But the thing, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, not saying all cops are
Everything
doing
goes
these
with your
nefarious.
house. If you let them in, then they can do when they get
Exactly.
in there, they could tear up anything they want. If you say yes,
Exactly.
you come in, they can do anything they want once they're in that house.
Exactly. So it's like it's not saying that people want to, refute or try to push back away, but it's no, the rights are in place for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So that's why earlier too, I was telling you I understand what you mean when it comes to regular law enforcement with these certain rights. They're there for that reason. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously cops are just as human as us. The moment they go home and they take off that uniform, it's the same. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody's gonna make a mistake. Not everybody's perfect. Some people are out for nefarious reasons. So definitely, Trish, don't I tell you, don't keep that mindset because you never know when you might come across that guy who's looking to do something bad and you not knowing any of your rights or anything. It's, "Oh yeah, go ahead.
by all means, here's my ID, search my car, do what you want. You know what I'm saying?
But there
So
are
just want to
dirty
throw that out
cops,
there.
Marty. That's what you're saying. There are dirty cops, and there are cops that
Absolutely.
do what
I mean, yeah, like,
what I said in my hypothetical. There are cops like that.
oh yeah,
In
absolutely.
fact,
But
I think I encountered one a long time ago.
nah, you
So,
can't.
Can I
You
get it?
definitely go ahead, jump in, Carlos.
Trish, you're gonna have to start running this stuff by me before you start. Because I can't. Because I mean, y'all gonna have to start running. You gotta understand something is that there's very few cases when a warrant is not going to be needed. But for the majority of anything that even the federal government does, they have to have a warrant. They generally go to a secret court called the FISA court and obtain a warrant there because there's a certain set of judges that are allowed to see certain classified or certain national security information, and they need a warrant for it so it can hold up in federal court if they have to prosecute these individuals in federal court. So, because that warrant is going to be needed, so you have to look up something called a FISA court, which was created in the '70s to get around the issue of having to go to local jurisdictions to obtain a warrant to arrest local citizens.
Yes, and that's how you'll get sometimes a law enforcement agency, for example, say they're working a case, and then at 3 a.m. they get a break where it's like, holy shit, we need to get into this house or whatever. But if we go in there without a warrant, none of this will be able to hold up in court. So we need to, you know what I'm. So what Carlos was saying, absolutely, absolutely correct.
Carlos, I know what the FISA court is. During the Russian collusion, where the FBI went into, Secret Service went to the FISA court and lied about the Russian collusion, and then wanted the warrant to do the search on Trump, and they got it. But in the end, it all came out that they lied to the FISA court. Here's Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
that the FISA court. I really don't think the FISA court was used for that.
No,
Is it
there is.
Tara? Tara?
Tarish, you got to start running that. I mean,
Wait, what? What's the question?
Tira, wasn't there, didn't the Secret Service go to the FISA court, and actually it came out that they lied when they were looking for a warrant during the Russian collusion fiasco?
I don't know if they lied. I think they might have I don't know. I don't even know if it was the FBI. I think there were some representations made to the court that weren't as specific or as maybe as had some information in it that should have been
Honest?
as honest, yes, as they should have been. So what the court,
Thank
I
you.
mean, eventually what the investigation concluded was that I think that some of the things said did not necessarily justify a warrant, but that the warrant was nonetheless justified, if that makes sense. In other words, the court was within its rights to do this, but there was some information given to it that should have been given more information, additional info, let's just say. I don't really know if they said they lied flat out, but I'd have to go back and look.
And just for correction, Carlos, I think it was a different court that I was comment going, because the FISA court, from what I'm reading, and Terry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's mainly for foreign intelligence, like
Exactly. That's why I said the
collecting
FISA
evidence on
court wasn't
foreign
used
Yeah,
for
I mean, it
intelligence.
was the Papadopoulos thing that was, well, forget, I'm not going to go into this. Anyway, it was relating to an associate of Donald Trump's talking to a foreign agent or the foreign individual. I think it was even in Australia. And the guy basically came back and told the FBI or whoever was investigating it about it. And that's how it started. But it was definitely a foreign entity that was talking about this.
And just to clear one more thing up, just for Trish, just to be clear, Tara, unless under imminent danger or the threat of imminent danger, a federal law enforcement or federal enforcement officers cannot enter someone's home without a warrant, correct?
That is correct. Under any law that I'm aware of, you would have to have, you'd have to have a warrant based upon reasonable suspicion or whatever. The only circumstances under which they could break down your door would be exigent circumstances if they perceived that somebody was in danger, for example, in the house, or people were in the process of destroying evidence, etc.
Bingo. Bingo, bingo, bingo. Thank you very much.
Marty, I think you should run it by Tara. What me and you was going back and forth about with the with ICE agents and the undocumented immigrants.
Oh yeah, so too, and great, thank you for bringing that up too. So I was speaking about, we were talking about yesterday how ICE and people, being asked to prove that they're American citizen by showing ID, this, that, and the third. And two was saying that it's a violation of one's rights for ICE agents to, go out and just be misidentifying people or requesting people to show their ID to prove that they're American citizen. And what I was saying was majority of the time when ICE goes out, they're going out to areas or apartment complexes or whatever where they know there's a predominantly illegal aliens there. Now, when they do stop those people, yes, you'll have a few in the bunch who may not be undocumented, but they're going to get asked for ID. But it's different than ICE agents driving through regular suburban where there's practically no migrants living here and they just stop somebody because they're Hispanic and say, "Give me your ID." I said that it's a little different. You tell
I
me, is
think
that?
they need a legal justification sort of to ask for it. So, if yes, you're right. I mean, if they're just driving through, I don't think they could stop random people on the street. And at least if they did, somebody would, be able to say no. But
Yes.
I do, and I think, however, if they have probable cause or reasonable suspicion, or if you're in a factory and they have reasonable belief that there, 52 people are not American citizens, I think you know, that might work, right? But I also think there are places where uh, they can sort of ask for it with more leniency, like within 100 some specified part of the border. If you're right close to the border, you have more,
Yes.
the more authority to do it. I also think that there's a problem, and I know this came up like yesterday. If you ask for it in certain locations like schools, churches, things like that, so I think they do have the right to, well, let's put it like this. If somebody stopped you on the street, you're just walking along in the middle of a suburban area and there's no reason, and they ask you for proof that you're an American citizen, I do not think you would have to give it. And I don't think they are reasonable unless they had some specific information about you personally.
Yes.
That's
But now
exactly
if
what I
they went
said,
up
Marty.
to,
That's
but now,
exactly what I said. If you
yeah,
just
no, that's what I
walking,
was saying. That
yeah.
right there, I think that's completely wrong. But if local law enforcement has let these ICE agents know, hey, this apartment complex right here, this building specifically, there's about 40 to 50 undocumented migrants going there. ICE rolls up and they stop everybody at that building to prove. So that's where I said it would be different if a few people there turn out to be citizens and they have to show ID. There's more reason for the ICE agents to be there versus the random guy on the street. So that's why I said
I still think it's individual because even at apartment complex where they suspect it is undocumented immigrants there, they still can't just go to everybody. It's like a fishing expedition. They still got to have probable cause for each individual
well, no,
to
remember
I
not.
can see like she said in a factory where, factories and different places are known to hire undocumented workers or whatever. But if you just in an apartment complex and even if 80% they suspect are undocumented, individually, for every person had to have probable cause to be made to show their ID. If it's not a stopping, I think it is a few states that are stopping ID states, but most states are not stopping ID states. You got to have probable cause
Okay,
to
for
give up your
example,
ID.
the place, the restaurant in New Jersey. It was a lot of reports from the citizens. That's what caused ICE to go there. Okay, now we know some places a lot of people hang out outside. Let's say if ICE gets a report, hey, this two building complex right here, majority where people are always hanging out outside, it's majority undocumented immigrants. They show up. No, they're not gonna block off the entire complex, but if they show up to this building, there's 30 guys hanging outside, 15, 20 guys hanging outside. They're going for this building, but the chances of them stopping those people that are hanging out right there and asking for ID as well, I say that's much higher. And I don't feel like that's an infringement versus the random.
That's racial profiling. Because what's the difference between an undocumented migrant and a legal
No, but remember,
citizen?
kind of to what Terry
How do
just
they
said,
look
they
different?
have, but
Remember the
remember,
example I gave you earlier. What does a third generation Mexican look like, and what does a undocumented Mexican look like?
no,
They
remember, I'm not
identical.
going off of looks. I'm not going off of looks.
But
That's
that's all
why
they got. But that's all they got is looks. They don't have anything else.
that's all they have to an extent, yes. But what I'm trying to say is it's somebody's gonna fall through the loophole regardless. But when you're going out and you're like I said, they're not going to random places. They're working with local law enforcement, targeting the areas where they know majority of these people live. So if they show up to this unit and there's 10 people there and they know they're there to collect 4 people, 5 people, whatever the case, and they're all in the same unit, 9 times out of 10, everybody in that unit is gonna get ID checked. It's just like you give the example of the drug raid earlier. If you're walking down the street, no. But if 20 people are hanging out inside this house and the police come to do a drug raid there or whatever the case, the 20 people may not go to jail, but I guarantee you they're gonna get ID'd and verified through as well. You get what I'm saying?
But the
I
thing
get
is,
that.
what ICE can't do is, for example, they can't break down the door.
No,
If they knock on the door and you refuse to answer, or you say not interested, they can't come in,
that is
right?
true.
And so they can only do this in sort of the public areas, the hallways, whatever. And I do think that because, U.S. citizens, we don't carry ID, do we? I don't carry anything showing I'm a U.S.
Driver's
citizen.
license?
Your driver's license.
Well,
You could get
that
a
doesn't necessarily prove that I'm
driver's
no. There are many
license.
states in which you don't have to be a U.S. citizen to get a driver's license, right? And I might not be carrying it. We are not obligated legally to carry ID, are we? So
Nope.
no, we're not. So I mean, I'm not obligated to have a driver's license, right? There's nothing that says that I can walk out of the house with nothing on. It's not required. And so I think that unless I think whoever the gentleman was before was a little more right than you, Marty. I understand that if you get credible reports that 50 people living in this apartment complex are illegal immigrants, then you might want to go there. But on the other hand, you still, I think, would need a little more specificity as to each individual person, because they can just refuse. They can say, no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to provide it, and walk away unless you're being detained.
Yes.
Right. And if you're being detained, they would need probable cause.
Yes.
So, and do they have it as to this particular person? That would be the interesting question. Now, once again, I'm not sure if I'm an illegal immigrant, I want to be in that situation. And I don't think it would necessarily go well for you for a variety of reasons. But I think technically they would need to detain you, and to detain you, they need to have some reason to think you specifically are illegal.
So yes, and because you are right. That's why I was telling too. To what you were saying was right. The way I've seen ICE operate with local law enforcement. That's why I was saying earlier, law enforcement, they know who's on the street a lot. They know who's who and who's not. So what I was saying is they arrest these people. They know who they are. They know where they live. So I can see ICE getting information from law enforcement saying, "Hey, Teddy Gonzalez and Enrico Iglesias that lives in apartment 2A. This is where they're at in this building."
Well, I
But
hope it's not Enrique Iglesias, because he's a very good singer. I don't know, Marty. That would really bother me, but go on. Sorry.
but yeah, they live in apartment 2A. But I'm just letting you guys know, by the way, I mean, it's pretty much undocumented immigrants who do live there. There's a lot of them there. But these two guys that do have this long rap sheet, this is where they stay. So what I was saying was they're going to go after those guys in apartment 2A or whatever. Now, knowing that there's undocumented migrants out there, and this is where you come in, because you might let me know if I'm just completely wrong on this. Do they have the right to right then and there question people who are out there, not just automatically detain them, but question these people?
Well, the
And ask
police
them.
can always go up to anyone and start to question them. And then people, as you said before, you just sort of say, I'm not, are you detaining me? If you're not, I'm walking away. Because you have
Okay,
that right. I mean, once again, and depending on who you are, that that right might be easier to exercise than others, if you get my drift. But
gotcha.
I mean, if you're sitting in a car and you say things you have no probable cause, but we can get into escalation of situations, and you can be in serious jeopardy. And that has definitely happened. But at the end of the day, people do not have to respond to police questioning unless the police have some sort of suspicion about them.
For sure, for sure.
Right. And
Okay.
so look, I think one of the things with sanctuary cities is that local law enforcement, as you described, often will not cooperate with ICE. And
That is true
and
in sanctuary cities.
that's been one of the thorns. That's been one of the things that Republicans really hate about, because it's really the main thing about sanctuary cities. It's not that they're giving free food or whatever. It's that they're not cooperating with federal authorities.
Yes, yes. I think one of
And
the
Marty,
exceptions to that is going to be New York.
Marty Tira said I won, so I'm gonna take that W and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna leave. I ain't gonna. You trying to move
He
that
said, "I'm gonna take my
goalpost?
victory and be quiet."
I'm gonna take that victory and be quiet. Thank you.
No, it was. Listen, it was a great. It was definitely a It was definitely a great because that, and I thank you for clearing that up too, Tier. Because for me, the way I've always seen them operate, I felt like, hey, if they're going into the space like that restaurant, for example, and they know they're coming here, I guess it's different in the workplace. I guess the moment it becomes workplace from home, it definitely is different because if they're coming into this workplace where they
Well, they
know,
have the police. Okay, ICE has the right to enter into that workplace if they're given permission by the employer, right?
yes,
Your house is different. Even if you're a tenant, you have primary rights. The
yes.
landlord can't sort of let you in if you have a lease.
Okay, so one thing I found out yesterday as well is per one of Trump's executive orders before, ICE could not enter schools, churches, and I need to pull this back up to find out what the third place was, but now they can. Um, damn, what was it? And now they can enter places like schools, churches, and I forgot what the other place was. But yeah, before they couldn't, but now they can. Like how the missed reports came out about ICE going to the Chicago school, even though it came out that no, it wasn't ICE, it was the Secret Service. Technically now, per Trump's executive order, ICE could enter a school. Well, how you feel about that, Terry? What do you think? Do you think that's going to cause any?
Well, you're right. I think that's what one of his orders would allow or does allow.
Yes.
I Look, I have a problem because, depending on if you're in elementary school, the idea of terrorizing students strikes me as horrific. And I don't think they would understand rights at that point. So you really can't even, have if a policeman comes up to you and you're in a school, do you talk to them? Probably, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
don't know any better. I'm sure there are protections for minors and things like that. But at the end of the day, I have a problem with schools. And I also think there is some sense that even if the kid was born here, they're doing it to get them to snitch on their parents,
Of
right?
course.
And so personally, I find that I don't like it. Do you?
No. That's because we were talking about it all last night, and then it was at the end of the night where because I kept saying ICE has no authority to enter schools. And so I was like, you know what, let me just pull this up to find out what they can and can't do. And that's when I realized that per Trump's executive order, they now can enter places like schools, hospitals, and religious institutions. So me personally, I was saying no, I think that's not a good thing because I remember back in '06 when I did have classmates that were getting deported and whatnot, they were coming out of school and running home and trying to get home as fast as possible because no, ICE couldn't come into school, but they knew the moment they left the school, they had to hurry up and get to shelter. But then I found out that as of per his executive order, they now can go into places like schools, hospitals, and churches. That was the third one: schools, hospitals, and churches, which were protected before. No, schools, you have the vulnerable, the young kids, which really don't know no better, and they see a police officer, yeah, they're going to speak unless their parents have told them to completely do otherwise. Hospitals, you're getting somebody where they're probably sick on their, who knows, you know what I'm saying? And then churches, where we do have seen where churches have, whether they're housing homeless, whether they're helping people get through, a process of their migration status or whatever the case. So allowing them to now be able to enter these places, yes, I definitely do see where there is going to be a problem with that.
And Marty,
Go
also
for it.
just one other thing with the schools. I'm guessing there's not violent criminals that are in 5th grade. I mean, there might be.
Exactly, right.
So why does that need to be an exception or not an exception any longer? That's where it's really uncomfortable.
No, what Tira just said, I think, is what personally I think is what it would be, which even then that makes it even worse because now you're trying to use the kids to get to their parents. You know what I'm saying? Which that's even worse. But yeah, it's like why does ICE need to be inside of a public school? I'm with going to get the violent criminals the entire nine, but at elementary school, bro, like, come on. Like, so yeah, no, I'm with you. That's definitely something when I seen it last night, I was like, what the hell? Churches? Like schools and hospitals? Yeah, so it's definitely something that I want to see how it plays out in the time to come. But
for anybody who wasn't here, we did confirm that that Chicago elementary school, it wasn't ICE agents, it was actually Secret Service. Nothing yet to come out to say why. They said they were looking for somebody, but nothing concrete to say why the Secret Service was there. But it is confirmed that it was not ICE that was at that Chicago school. But I think that's absolutely crazy for them to be able to do these things. But day 5. Let's see. Oh man, it's a lot, man. It's a lot.
I thought I had read something saying that Secret Service were looking for an 11-year-old who posted an anti-Trump video.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was looking for something.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I read that in 2 sources. I mean, I can't obviously confirm it. I don't remember what they were.
Uh-huh.
But why don't you look that up? Because I think it was over a video and it shows up. Well, go look. It shows up, but I can't confirm that that's the actual truth.
Let's see if it shows Secret Service visit mistaken. Blah, 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 blah. Hopefully, okay. So it was saying that a kid had a threatening. Oh, protection.
Yeah, I mean, even so even like
yeah, right here it says the
NBC5 said they were investigating a threat made against a government official.
Yes,
So, and
yes,
as
that's
I
what I
said,
just saw as well.
Yeah, so it's like, and they said it was an 11-year-old who posted an anti-Trump video.
Got it. Okay, because here I see it says they the threat targeted an individual. It didn't say president. It said an individual under Secret Service protection, though further details have not been released. I thought that's what I read as well yesterday, but I didn't see where they specified 11-year-old. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, considering you said that. Go ahead.
Hey, Marty, would you say this? Like, I agree. All criminals, if you're a criminal, you need to kind of get up out of here, right? But do you think that Trump is using that as his main talking point, but in reality, he is trying to get everybody who's undocumented out of here, even college students?
I don't think, and I've spoken on this, and I'll say it all the time. I truly believe after this quote unquote crackdown on the heavy criminals of the mass influx of immigrants we did get or is over with, I genuinely believe it will slow down. I don't think, because once again, immigration. Go ahead.
So okay, let's go with that, right? I don't know if you're a Trump supporter or not, whatever, or anything like that. I'm not making assumptions. I'm going based. We just use this as a a conversation point, right? But let's say what your hope is right there, right? Says that once they get the criminals out, then it's going to slow down or you're going to stop. If you realize that that's not the case, and he continue deporting more people, going into schools, like kind of like just going berserk and ham on college students, regular students, hardworking people that work on the farms, McDonald's, wherever the hell they're working at, construction. Is your viewpoint still gonna stay the same, or do you feel like are you gonna feel like that's wrong?
So, with the repealing of the ability for ICE to be able to enter schools, 100%, I do think that's wrong. If it were to continue, I would still think that's wrong and I would speak against it. The reason I was saying what I was saying is because under every administration, we go through some form of mass deportation, right? We've seen it all the way back down to Bush, even before. But what I'm saying is, because we see this kind of same cycle, even Trump's first time around, there was a mass deportation in the beginning, and then it simmered away. You know what I'm saying? And because it is a talking point for every presidential candidate, even vice presidents or whatnot, it's something that every person who gets elected they have to come in and do something. You know what I mean? They have to come in and do something about it. Now, I will say once again, this changing ICE's abilities to go into these private places or these places, I do think that is not going to lead to anything good. But on a large spectrum, the reason I do feel it's going to slow down is because we see this same cycle every 4, every 8, 16, whatever you want to call it, that it happens the same way. You know what I'm saying? This is just one different because of now ICE has the ability. Now, just to confirm again, ICE did not enter a school yet, but if we start seeing where ICE, because they now can, ICE just starts entering churches, schools, and all these things. I definitely think a judge will challenge it in some form of way because people will feel threatened. Average American citizens will. It won't go. It won't go well. Let's just put it that way. It won't go well.
Yeah.
But
Right.
go ahead. Yeah. So I definitely think that that's a bad thing. But the reason I say it's going to slow down is because we kind of see the same cycle every time around. That's all.
And I agree. I was about to say, like, usually, because when you said that earlier, it's like it do slow down, right? But this time just feels a little bit different because one, Biden did fuck up and open up the borders. You feel me? Two, this situation right now just feels way too aggressive than all the other ones were. I mean, but like I said, it's just like, and I do respect your viewpoint and everything else like that. But I still stand on just. I feel like he's just using. He's a businessman. If you work in business as like I think you working like in the business world and stuff like that, we know how people will put a policy out there for something and do exactly that, but under that is so much other bullshit that's under that, and that's why I feel like he just playing on the strings of the heart of his fan base to just basically undocumented people or people that did the things with during the Gaza protests at the schools and stuff like that. He just trying to get all these people up out of here type shit.
Well, yeah, that's you said it right. Playing at the heartstrings of your supporters. Yeah, you got to give your supporters something to make them feel like, hey, we elected you because you said you're going to do this. I'm going to do something about it. Now, what I will say is, I don't see what Trump has to. No president, no president after Trump, before Trump, 20, 30, 40 years, no president will ever be able to come into the White House and completely eradicate immigration. It's just not it. The US was built on immigration. So that's why, as much as we can go deep into the topic, I never let it cloud what I see too much because I know no matter how hard they speak about it, no president can come in there and just completely shut it down. It's not happening. So to what you're saying, yeah, it's definitely a hey, look, y'all. I said I was gonna do something about immigration. Y'all see me working, but yeah, the moment they start removing a lot of these numbers of the people who have these criminal rap sheets and whatnot, because undocumented migrants in this country have pretty long rap sheets. Not all of them, but a lot of these, the criminals, the actual criminals, not just the everyday person, they do have some pretty long rap sheets. I feel like because of what you said, how Biden did let a lot of people in or whatever, once they get through a sufficient amount, I don't know what that amount is, whatever they feel comfortable with, I do think it'll just become business as usual. Go back. The H-1 visas, I don't think they're gonna actually, not college students, the migrant workers, the farm workers, agriculture, the whole nine. I've never seen a dent happen to where it affected them completely. This could be different. We're only 5 days in, but from history, I think it'll just be the same cycle. A quick mass deportation, and then boom, back to business as usual. Just to show your supporters that hey, I did what I said I was gonna do.
So what do you think his issue is going into schools, and when I say schools, like colleges, and trying to round up college students? Like, what's the point of that? Like, what do you think
Well,
is the
no,
point?
that's a very great point. Remember, I'm with the support of I don't understand why allowing um, ICE agents to enter schools is a good thing because I mean, once again, the average college undocumented migrant or even the average college migrant doesn't have a long rap sheet. That's just what it is. So yeah, I'm with you when what's the purpose of now allowing ICE agents to enter schools, hospitals, or churches? So I'm with you there. I share the
What,
same
what,
sentiment.
I'm speaking on the college students alone. Just like, what the hell a college student do to your
Yeah,
ass?
no, I'm with you. Like I'm with you.
Yeah,
That's not where you're gonna find your average
criminal.
terrorizing migrant. You're just not.
You
Like,
know.
no, I'm with you there. I definitely am. We'll see. We're definitely gonna pay attention to it, watch it, and see what comes forth. You know what I mean? And if we start seeing mass reports of everyday American citizens starting to get harassed and asked to show ID, this, that, and the third, then we'll be having a different conversation. I hope it never gets to that. I would hope not. But if we start seeing, then we know people are doing some real nefarious things out there, and we're about to have some bigger problems. But Personally, I think after the mass deportation is done, it's gonna settle back out. It's gonna settle. Definitely.
I don't understand why you say that, Marty, because
Because we've
if
seen,
it's
because
just about going after core criminals, why would Trump be going after birthright citizenship? Like he's going after babies.
no,
He don't
remember
want
the
babies to
birthright
be
citizenship
citizens.
thing is already on pause. I even
I know, but it's not the fact that he can't get it through. It's the fact that he attempting to do it. It's just like at work. If I had a boss at work that said, you know what, I'm gonna get rid of all the black employees, but then human resource says, you know what, no, you can't do that. You think I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, John, cool. Even though he wanted to get rid of me,
no, of
my
course
HR
not.
went out. Just the thought that he wanted to do that shows you his mindset.
No, for sure, for sure. No, you're absolutely correct. That I definitely would not be coming back to work talk about. Oh yeah, man, y'all going to the cookout with John this week? Hell no, hell no, no. I'm with you. The birthright citizenship. This is not indefinite concrete, nor is this any defense for Trump at all. I don't understand it. I don't know if that was the idea of one of his constituents, that he decided, oh hell yeah, we're gonna rock and roll with this. It's not gonna happen. They're protected under, constitutional rights. But even proposing it, yes, it's definitely. Remember, there's a lot of things on what he's proposing for immigration that I'm cool with, but there's a lot of it as well that I'm looking at it like, bro, the hell do you expect to get with this? Or, dude, this clearly ain't gonna get nowhere. I mean, 24 hours after the birthright citizenship thing, a federal judge put a block on it. You know what I'm saying? Automatically, that was something we knew wasn't gonna get too far. But no,
But you,
I'm not the
but you
member.
know,
I'm not the blind guy. I definitely call it out as it is.
I knew a lot of stuff was going to happen though. Back a few years ago, or before COVID came out, when
We're losing you. We're losing you. We're losing it. You're in the matrix a little bit, Antonio. We lost you lost service a little second. Try again. Try again. Or we lost you.
what about now?
All right, you're good now.
I'm
Go
good
ahead.
now. I was saying is like I kind of figured all this is going to
Yep.
happen. I remember when during Harvard, something was going on at Harvard when they said like it was a lot more Asian people being accepted more than whites or something like that. The case may be like, um, as history and everything else like that. I'm looking like, yo, somebody about to do something about this because it's just like it's too many reports that's coming out saying too many reports saying how some America's gonna turn mainly minorities and stuff like that. I'm just saying is like I'm not trying to bring. I just thought about it. I'm not really trying to turn this racial or something like that. I'm just thinking is what is the reason for him doing it, and that's just one of the things that popped in my mind about why that could be happening.
The Harvard lawsuit that you're talking about was brought by Asians, in effect, saying that they were being discriminated against because there were lesser standards for certain other minorities, including blacks, Hispanics, etc. It had nothing. It was not brought by whites particularly, and in fact, what it has resulted in is a lowering of the black student population at Harvard. Don't know about Hispanic, and an increase in the Asian student population. I believe the white population has stayed the same.
All right, I'm gonna look it up. It was like some article. I got to look at it.
It was an affirmative action lawsuit where the Supreme Court said we reject affirmative action. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'm about to definitely look it up. Like I said,
Yep.
I'm one of the
Nah, I
people.
literally,
If
I
if
just
I'm
pulled it up
corrected,
right now.
I
Yeah,
rather
no,
get corrected.
that was the one though. I just pulled it up right now as you guys were talking. But no, that's definitely the one. And just for this class of 2028, just a quick breakdown. Um, there were 54,000 applicants. 1,970 were admitted. Harvard has a 3.4%, I think it is 3.4% or 2.4% acceptance rate. I think it's 3.4. And of the current class, breakdown by race, African American or Black makes up 14%, Asian American makes up 37%, Hispanic or Latino is 16%, Native American 1%, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander less than just a little above 1% or whatnot. So That's weird because the Asian Americans, they make up a larger percentage than the blacks than anybody else. Everybody else. That's
No, that
interesting.
was the whole point. What the Citizens for, what is it? Citizens for Fair. I forgot the name of the entity that sued, Fair something. What they were claiming is that Harvard was not using objective statistics, that they were in fact, ignoring test scores and GPA in favor of, demographics, right? So, not surprisingly, what has happened since the lawsuit was successful against Harvard is the percentage of Asians, I believe, has gone up. I mean, I'd have to check what it was in 2023 versus 2024, but I'm fairly certain it's gone up to a very significant amount.
Oh, it definitely has gone up. It's definitely. I just had it. My damn lost the screen. Oh wow! But it did go up though. It definitely did go up. Damn it! Where is it? I want to get that exact number. Um. Ah, shit. I'll wait. I'll wait for it. But anywho, to the brother Antonio, I don't know. Trump putting, not Trump. Let me not say Trump. Or yeah, I can say Trump. Trump ICE agents currently or removing or allowing ICE agents to enter schools, hospitals, and such. And I don't agree with it. I don't see the purpose behind it. Whether it's elementary school, college campus, high school, either one, I don't see the purpose behind it either. So definitely share that with you. And remember, I'm for rounding up these criminals and these thugs and this, that, and the third. I'm definitely for it. We had a mother get killed in my hometown this past year from illegal, and the entire town was pissed off and
Yeah,
whatnot.
they
So
gotta go.
yeah, no, I'm with that. That right there, I'm with that. A lot of these Trinidad Agua cats that came over, taking over places in places like Colorado and whatnot. Yeah, those people, I'm with that. Bust them up, C-130 their way, C-130 them up out of here. But yeah. Nah, 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 nah. Allowing them into schools is an absolute violation. Whew. With that being said,
So, so y'all was right about what I said. It was at school, which I just said. But I guess at school, I typed in ChatGPT to find out which one it was. It was the Thomas Jefferson High School Science Technology. I guess I got that mixed up. Here goes the article for it. I guess I got that mixed up with Harvard. I guess two things is going on around that time and everything else like that.
what did you say it was? It was the Thomas Jefferson what now?
Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology. I found the link on CBS.
And what exactly happened now? One more time.
It said that it was the school. It was like it was about something about affirmative action or something like that, where they tried to remove DEI because they had like a higher population of Asians in there or something like that.
Okay. The Supreme Court on Tuesday decided to punt on a
No,
case.
they basically, yeah. Thomas Jefferson is like potentially the best high school in Virginia, I believe.
Okay.
And it's a selective high school. It already has a very heavy Asian component. And, I think the Supreme Court just sort of left that. They decided not to look at it in terms of affirmative action.
Okay. Thomas Jefferson High School in West Virginia. Justice Hills will decline to add the case of the judge. Did not provide a reason. Okay. Hey man, there's a lot going on around the country every single day. Who knows?
Like no dead ass. Hey, I write scripts and stuff like that. Look, in the next 3-4 years, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a bunch of content.
Hey, make it happen, man. Make it happen. Heck yeah, I'm actually I've been trying to pay attention to this bill from the one that was proposed by the senator out of Mississippi, trying to see what's going to happen with that. The whole bounty thing. I know it's not. I know nothing's going to come from it really, but that's definitely one of those things when you hear it proposed, it's like, you know what? Let me keep an ear to this just to stay
What bill,
updated.
Martin? What bill?
Not the proposed out of Mississippi, the to allow bounty hunters and some, or it really didn't specify on civilians or people. It said people who aid in the capture and arrest of undocumented migrants would be eligible for $1,000 payment. So basically saying bounty hunters and potentially civilians would be compensated for turning in undocumented migrants. And I was saying bounty hunters who are already out there doing this type of thing, okay. But you start offering civilians money, cash to turn in migrants, we're gonna have a major problem on our hands.
Oh, they already said. They said I think they boosted up to $1,000 now.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
Marty,
yeah.
I thought, did you hear about this bill, Marty, in which a Mississippi legislator has tried to make it illegal to, I think it's discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo or an egg?
What?
Think about it.
They said a woman can't have a
Hey,
period.
repeat that. Say that again. Say that again. Girl.
Mississippi legislature proposed a bill which would make it illegal to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an egg. So if you think about it, guys,
you men
we're
in
all
trouble.
trouble.
I like this
been.
one. I kind of like this one though, Tira. Can we get this one enforced all over the world?
Yeah. It's not
Let's
the guys
go.
really like that.
I think the
When you
women are
can't
some
use
women are gonna
condoms?
like this one. No,
Listen.
yeah, that means you can't use condoms, right?
The damn Democrats. They're
I
at it
like this.
again.
I like this
Masturbation
one,
is a problem.
Jonathan.
Then we have to talk about wet dreams. What if there's no intent to discharge
My
something?
God.
Right? What if there's no
Tira and her wet
Masturbation.
dreams.
I
Yeah.
kind of like this one,
You
honestly.
can have fun now. You can have fun with your pee now.
You're not
Could
supposed to
you
have fun with
imagine
it.
though?
But
Marty,
Yvonne is right. It's,
Hey,
you
yo,
know,
what I
they're
just
I
back
say
to
walked
what
people,
into.
though.
I
I'm
say
ready
what
to
I
vote.
say.
Can we have a word vote?
Wait, so it would be $1,000 for the first offense, 5,000 for the second offense, and people would be in lifelong debt. You understand what I'm saying?
The state would make a lot of money off this, is all
They
I'm saying.
definitely would.
Oh God, no more deficits for countries. I would love to. Can we have worldwide votes and I can vote twice? How many times can I vote?
Hold on. So what they saying is what, you can't pull out no more or something?
No. Well, basically, yeah. Technically, not
But
just pull
also,
out. They
you can't
basically
do it to
saying,
yourself for no reason. Let's
yeah,
just
no more
say.
playing with yourself either, because
You're
you're
just
not
gonna
using
have
it
to
to make a
hold it.
baby.
Oh hell no.
Well,
Some new meaning.
no, they can't do the playing because who is going to tell though?
But that's what I'm saying. But that's
Yeah,
Now,
technically illegal. So
imagine a woman being that mad at you. She like, oh yeah, oh you want to play with me? Okay.
I'm going to report you.
I'm reporting your.
I love it.
Have to hide in the bathroom and
Oh
have fun
my
with yourself there.
God.
Yeah, maybe we could send in ICE to break down the bathroom doors.
Yo, I'll tell you what though, those corporate cubicle style buildings, oh yeah. You get a lot of fines coming out of there.
What, Marty? Do people do stuff in those cubicles?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What the
People,
hell?
listen, imagine this.
Where am I living?
You have a large population of America who clock in at 7 a.m. into a cubicle and don't clock out until 5, 6, 7 p.m. out of that cubicle for years upon years of their lives. Those HR cubicles style buildings, you'd be surprised. Man, you guys should watch Vice, those Vice videos and underground underbelly videos.
Not
Yo, it goes
Marty.
down in the cubicle
Well,
style offices. Just know that.
in the offices, I have a story from
See?
a previous situation that I heard happened where a certain higher up had an office and he would, like, all the other offices had windows or like basically transparent glass you could see through, but for some reason he had designed his office to have, to have that stuff, like non-transparent. And him and his executive assistant or his secretary, whoever she was getting busy. But this was from like the previous, workplace.
Listen, between those and the hospitals, there'd be some trouble, okay?
Hey, Maddie, I have another
Hospital broom
story.
closet.
Listen,
There you
there's a
go.
lot of stories. I used to be the coordinator for a health and wellness facility, and we had customers that would come earlier to the pool area and to the spa area, and they would be, having coochie
Getting their
coochie
freak on.
with each other. Yeah, early in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning, they will come,
Wow.
and some of them were even like cheating on their spouses. So, yeah, everybody will do whatever they need to do to
And I just,
sacrifice themselves.
that came off the backs of the overturning of the Roe v. Wade. Whoever this what's this lawmaker's name? You're that threatened that you want to propose a bill to. That is so funny. The bill, it's titled "Contraception Begins at Erection Act."
Oh my God.
Senator Bradford Blackman, a Democrat, actually. Yeah, y'all need to get y'all people together. But like Roe v. Wade was, I mean, listen, I get it. It's definitely a controversial topic. But to propose something like this on the back of Roe v. Wade is absolutely insane. Like,
Why would a Democrat propose that though? I'm kind of not understanding. It would sound something more like what a Republican would do, not a Democrat. That don't make no sense. Explain to me.
And you know what's funny is it says introduced a bill this week that would seemingly ban men from masturbating or engaging in other sexual acts when they have no intent to fertilize an embryo. So this is actually more so targeted at men than women.
No, I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a troll in here because he's trying to suggest that the Republicans are doing all these bills, against women's rights. And he's, maybe this was more of a joke. I don't know anything about this.
It would have had to have been.
But I tell you, it is the funniest. It's the funniest bill I've ever read, frankly.
So technically, it's yeah. They do say it's
not only that. Of course, it would go. If you're a woman past childbearing years, every bit of sex with her would be illegal, right?
Pretty much.
Because if you can't have a baby, then that's it. What if you're infertile to begin with? It's
like that movie, Handmaid's Tale. It's almost like the Handmaid's Tale kind of movie, where they're thinking about population and there's a decrease in population, so they want people to have babies, I guess.
I don't think you can get this content in any other room.
You know what? The funniest comment I read about that was somebody said, "This will make high school a lot more expensive." But
it definitely.
Well, you got a teenage son. You better monitor the bathroom.
No, this is funny. He definitely did say it came off the backs. Black men referred to the high number of state legislative bills introduced to target women's reproductive. Yeah, so it definitely did come off the backs. But it said, as much as it said it's unlikely to pass the GOP-led legislator, if it does and it's signed into law by Governor Tate Reeves, it would go into effect. But they do believe it's unlikely to even make it past the GOP legislature. But it is funny though. That's absolutely hilarious to draw up a bill like that. That's $10,000.
That's how your legislators waste your money, because it takes time and effort to put something like that together.
Oh my God, that is funny. States like Florida would be they'd be making money. Oh God, that is funny. That is too funny. Mississippi law. Okay. Man, both of these came out of Mississippi. The bounty hunters and
that's why I mentioned it, because I thought you were talking about that law at first when you said Mississippi.
Listen, Mississippi got a lot going on over there. They are the what was it? The most what did they hold the record for? Damn it, what was it? They hold the most something state. I think it was the most I think it was the most obese state in America. But that's the only thing I could find off of Mississippi. But other than that, Mississippi's just
A lot of beautiful women live in Mississippi.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Let's not get it twisted.
I believe you. What's this article that just got posted up top? Trump fires who? Trump fires
12 inspector generals from various agencies. Those are people who are supposed to be independent and investigate problems within the agencies.
Okay.
Obese, Marty. Obese.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Obese. So is this part of the cleanup on government spending?
No. No, this is part of that. Trump just doesn't like the idea that anybody could ever say that something's wrong in his agencies. It is actually illegal because you have to give Congress 30 days notice, but whether Congress will, and you have to give a reason. but I doubt Congress will push back on it.
Oh wait, so technically he has to provide 30-day notice.
There's an Inspector General Act, which for most of the people fired governs, and it says you have to provide Congress with 30 days notice and give written reasons why you're doing it. Trump did neither, but hey, it's Trump.
Right. Inspector General Act of 1978. Yeah, Trump said I can give two shits about any one of y'all acts. I'm in office. I'm gonna get what I want.
Carol,
what
I'm
happened to you
getting
last night,
ice
Carol?
cream, but I wanted to chime in something else that Marty was saying that I think is true, and this is why. I know you guys probably think I'm crazy that I'm getting ice cream in the cold weather.
Oh, ice cream sells the most in cold weather.
Oh my God, I'm like addicted to my non-dairy ice cream. So here's what I agree with you, Marty. With like he is like sending all these people back right now. Oh yeah, sure. I'm waiting on my and then he's just gonna like kind of chill because here's the thing. You can't send all the immigrants back. Like who is going to work on our roofs in our homes? Who's gonna build houses? Who's gonna do all the things that a lot of immigrants get hired for? Am I right?
Americans.
Am I right? Oh yeah, sure. They're doing it right now, right? Yeah. Go ahead and believe that. Do you agree with me, Marty?
No, listen. I'm with you. The oldest person in this room right now, which I don't know who, but they will tell you immigration is always on the table every election year. And that's why I say I follow the patterns of deportation. But no, you'll never get rid of you'll never stop immigration out of the country. You'll never get all the illegals. You never will. Not a single president in any of our lifetime will ever be able to do that. So yeah, and whoever said Americans, I'm sorry, bro, but that's not true.
But I would say this, right? The field work, respectfully, I don't know what it's called. Picking avocados and stuff like that.
Field work, agriculture.
I can tell you now, a lot of Americans, we're not doing that. I'm definitely not. But the construction work, everything else like that, or whatever, because regular jobs like that, Americans, because a lot of times, respectfully, Mariana, like they do get replaced a lot of times for a person that's the project manager that's Hispanic and he only hires other Hispanics a lot of times. I've seen it a lot of times that happen.
Different. I'm not talking about those type of jobs. That I totally agree with that. And
Right.
that's on every company, right? To make sure that whoever gets the job is the most qualified to do the work. I'm talking about the people that do the like you can say the dirty
unseen
job.
jobs of America.
The dirty job, like the person that's gonna come to my house and fix my roof and do my painting and all that stuff that we have personally actually hire what is it construction people to do that work, and guess what, they hire immigrants to do that for them in their companies. So that's my point. It's like you can't send everybody because then you will be in big trouble.
But
Just
Marina,
hire legal migrants.
Hold on, Andrew. I want Antonio to finish with her. Go ahead, bro.
Wait, and Marina, okay, like you said, agriculture, everything else, yes, but roofing, painting, different things like that. I've seen it in my own eyes how, you know, that when even in the kitchen and stuff like that, how it would start off with people that's American, that's illegal, different things like that. And, they get a new manager, it's a Hispanic lady or a Hispanic man, different things like that. Slowly, maturely, people get fired and they get replaced. And I think me personally, I think that is unfair. And I support y'all 100%. Raza, stand up. You feel me? But I do think this is like a pushback for a lot of Americans that was not getting these jobs or getting replaced.
So I've seen both sides, right? On the trades world, depending on where you're at, you can get either or. You can get a construction, you can get a roofing company that's all white guys, you can get one that's all Mexican dudes. On the trades world, I do think you will still be okay for the most part. Now to what you're talking about in the restaurant industry, about the replacement. I witnessed that in South Florida. It happens every day. You're definitely right about that. But I will say this, not but, I will also say this though. Um, in regards to kitchens, I've been to some of the, not all, but I've been to some of the fanciest place restaurants and whatnot. And even in them where the sous chef, the head chef, sorry, not sous chef, the head chef is a white dude, it's still predominantly migrants in the kitchen. There are a lot of white chefs out here, and there are a lot of white sous chefs out here and whatnot. There's a lot of white guys who work in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that at all. But as traveled as I've been through the US, when it comes to restaurant work in the kitchen, the dishwashers, that's why I said the unseen jobs. Like the dishwashers, the guys in the back prepping, whether it's from basic McDonald's Hooters all the way up to your prime steakhouse, you know what I'm saying? In the kitchen, those dishwashers, those guys like that, I do see where, because they're low paying jobs, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times those low
Exactly. I
paying
was
jobs, I
I,
do see where a lot of times those do become migrants because they're low paying jobs. Because what you're saying is true. I just think when it comes to the low paying job area, I see where there's an influx of migrants there because they're coming in and it's like, shit, you don't want this $12 an hour, but from where I come from, this $12 an hour is heaven versus
Wow.
the guy who went to college and feels
exactly.
like
Yeah.
absolute.
Let
Go
me ask
ahead,
you,
go ahead, Jay.
Marty. You guys really believe that hmm, that wealthy people in general, but when you say wealthy white people, do you think are middle class, well off, upper middle class, uh, want truly understands the system, truly want these immigrants gone, or is it that they don't, or is it just a political issue? Because my I think only the poor and uninformed Americans want migrants gone.
When you
When
say
they
Boom,
migrants, are
boom,
you talking
Jonathan.
about?
That's it.
when,
That's it.
when,
Jonathan said it.
so Tara, I mean, because I know that's a little controversial. What are your thoughts on that?
Wait, Jonathan, specify if you don't mind, please. Are you talking about all migrants or just like we're talking about like people who are, violent criminals or whatever? Or we're just talking
We're
about
not talking
all
about violent
migrants?
criminals. I don't think no one's speaking about violent criminals. Guys, anyone wants to jump in on that? Because I think, guys, listen, if you are upper middle class or wealthy, and are just middle class, and you have some awareness of what's going on in the world, I don't think you will want those migrants gone, because then a head of lettuce starts costing like $7 for a head of lettuce, you know, and all this other stuff. You don't want, your car wash jumps up considerably. There's a lot of things that they have done. Okay, where I will tell you what America and Americans do. America and Americans, what we want to do is, we want, we want to take advantage of this cheap labor, okay, and understand that we're taking advantage of the cheap labor at the same time demonizing the people that is providing it. You know, um, I just don't think that when people are like, hey, everyone's like, we want everyone here legally, okay. We want everyone here legally, is what they say. That first of all, that will overwhelm my system. Secondly, price of goods, services will go up tremendously, tremendously. Okay, and a lot of things that we take for granted, we just wouldn't be able to deal with. So, I think it's the poor and the uninformed is that truly wants these migrants gone. And I think it's the wealthy and the upper middle class and the informed people, they understand that. And they're like, hey, don't come after my wealth, don't come after me, come after these people right here. They're taking your jobs, they're doing this, they're doing that. And I'm not talking about the people that's committing crimes. I'm talking about the everyday hardworking people that get up, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, while a lot of us are like in RIM, you know, and and we're in RIM, and they're out there getting started, so that when we do go show up to Dunkin' Donuts, that or whatever, that we have hot coffee, or that whatever we're accustomed to, they're behind the scenes. These guys they're hidden. And I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of them are paying taxes, and they're getting nothing for it. They're paying taxes, and then they're getting nothing for it. And that's something that I find to be that's our greatest sin. Because if they don't pay taxes, when they get caught, we can get them for tax evasion as well. All right. So I think that's America's biggest and greatest sin, that we take these people, we take advantage of them. They can't get any services, but we require them to pay taxes, and then we demonize them. And here's another thing: the illegal population, they are some of the biggest victims of crime. You know, uh, they get raped.
Very true.
Once they get raped, okay, they're working in a store, a restaurant, and they get raped. And when they get raped, they can't say anything. They get robbed. They can't say anything because they're afraid that they're going to get deported. Okay, so when those things are happening, um, that is that's what's going on. So they're a victim. They come here and they're victims to a lot of Americans, wealthy and low Americans, that understand their situation. We take advantage of them and we demonize them in the process. I land with that.
Oh, well, JB, I think, and I mentioned this the other day, but I think a lot of, I think I'm gonna paraphrase, but Lyndon B. Johnson said if you give, he used white men at the time, give them somebody to look down on, you can pick their pockets and they won't even notice it. Or if you make them feel like they're better than somebody else, they'll empty their pockets for you. And I think a lot of black people fell into that same situation. I hear a lot of us, we come from a marginalized group of people. We are some of the first people that's on the front line that's fighting about deporting immigrants. You hear other immigrants or first generation immigrants talking about getting rid of other immigrants. But I feel like some people just feel good to be able to look down on another group of people, especially people who've been looked down on so long. I think it's refreshing to them. But, oh, I got somebody that I feel like I'm better than now that I can look down on. When at the end of the day, we'll be stronger as a people if we made those people our allies and stop making them our enemies. We need them. We stop
Yeah, two, you're in the matrix. You've been chopped up real bad. Yeah, two was been, and he was cooking too. Let me just say this right here, guys.
Nah, he definitely was.
Let me just say this right here. I'm telling you like this right here. I used to believe. I used to believe. I don't know. I haven't thought about it in a long time. That the most racist people in the country were poor white people. I used to believe that, and I don't know if I still believe that or not because I haven't reevaluated that. And it's crazy because and the reason we say that, like the rednecks, not like redneck Mark, because the only thing they have to hold on to was their whiteness. I think hopefully you guys aren't being weirded out by what I'm saying. Stephanie, Daphne, you guys being weirded out by what I'm saying. Beth, Andrew, Julian, anyone want to
Yeah,
jump in?
I'm gonna go with there's actually a lot of wealthy people that have good educations who are all about the old white man running the show, and they're against the melting pot.
And that's why I said I used to be, and I got to reevaluate because I got, as I grew older and got to be around some of the more wealthier people that, behind the scenes, and deal with them behind the scenes and talk to them behind the scenes and joke around with them behind the scenes to see who they really are. I'm like, wait a minute. The poorer ones don't have anything to lose. And I mean, they're like, yo, no. Chris Rock, remember that joke Chris Rock had when he did that stage show?
About trading places?
Yeah, about trading places. Like, yeah, you guys won't trade places with me. and I'm white. I mean, I'm black and I'm rich. Like a poor white guy wouldn't trade place for him. He's rich. That's real. I
But
believe.
do you realize? Have you noticed though, the more wealth you attain and the more education that you attain, you become more tolerable, and the way you thought kind of changed. Like I do think some of these first generation black people that just getting some money, got new money. Some of these immigrants that got new money and become Americanized, they run a close second place when it comes to racism. I'm just being honest because
I agree. I
black
agree.
black people are getting to the point where they got somebody to look down on,
Man, that's
and
a
it's like it's
fact
refreshing
too.
to them.
Cuz you just spit some real shit just did, bro. And Jonathan, I agree with you. I used to think the same thing. And as I've gotten older and more well traveled, I've definitely reevaluated who they are. And yeah. But no, that was real as hell about the new coming black folks with some money. Oh boy, they're quick to look down on somebody.
Me being from Texas, being from Houston and stuff like that, and also me growing up, have 5 days a week growing up in the hood, and on the weekends went to the suburbs with my white friends and stuff like that. I always had that mindset of like, I always had like the rednecks. It was like cool as hell, and no matter where, like we went somewhere, and somebody was like on some dumb shit, they was the first ones to be like, "Hey, buddy, we don't do that." And it's like they give me like storm vibes and everything like that. Like they just hella cool. But like you said, these new the right word migrants or people or people like that, or some of these new black people coming up that barely know their history and everything else like that. It's like, wait a minute, you do realize we're going backwards, right? You said you want segregation. You said you want segregation. How you gonna make some money?
What you just said about rednecks, dude. When growing up, I thought rednecks were racist as hell. I'm gonna just be flat out honest. The way my town was set up, and when we want to go to the bigger city for
Wait,
shopping.
you guys are using that term redneck rather loosely, man.
No, but that's no, but that's the thing. No, hold on, JB. Because the thing is, I think that
you
based
may
off
be
of where you
offending
live.
some people, guys.
No, just hear me out.
What
I
happens
think
when
that
they
is
out in
based
the
off
sun
of.
too long? They net
I
get
truly
red. Thank you
think
very
that
much.
is based off of where you live, because I'm gonna tell you why. You go down to South Florida or Central Florida, they proudly call themselves rednecks, and people refer to and it's no type of slang, like what I'm saying. It's none of that.
Marty, we proudly call ourselves the N word, but we don't want nobody else saying it.
No. That's
it's
what
different.
No.
It's
This
different.
it's different. Completely
can say
different.
redneck. It's
Yeah,
okay.
no. This is completely different than us calling ourselves the N word and that whole thing. I assure you, trust me, like it's completely different. Like there's a whole culture. You know what I'm saying? Like it's complete. But when I learned it and I moved into the bigger town, man, these are the guys who taught me how to go hunting, fishing, four-wheeling, mudding, the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? So when I got to learn them, bro, rednecks in this, especially South. I'm not talking about the ones up there in West
New York.
Virginia and all that. But South, I will say rednecks in the South, what you would perceive them to be online, you're 9 times out of 10 gonna be surprised when you actually meet them in person.
What are you talking about?
Wait.
Hold on, Marty. The ones that was in the South were the ones that was doing the lynching. What the hell are you talking about?
Bro, we're talking about today. Listen, I didn't say all.
It's different.
Listen, remember, you go into some parts of Louisiana and Alabama, you in trouble. But
but Marty, but overall though, even in Louisiana, it's like it's not really like that. Like I said,
yeah, it's different. Yeah, exactly.
Y'all, the person you might see got the like America and everything else like that, and they call themselves redneck. They are the most genuine, down to earth, ready to fight anybody over the most racist stuff that would happen and stuff like that. Be the first ones to stand up for you before anybody else would.
Dude,
and
Antonio, where my mother lives, there's a bar that I go to. When I go see her, you will see a guy walk in with the biggest dreads, gold teeth from back to front. I mean, looks whatever you want to describe him to be, and he gonna walk in with redneck Tom with the red beard, red hair, and all of his camo outfit because they just came from either mud and four-wheeling or whatever. And you take somebody up north would think that
What the fuck is mudding, man? You keep saying mudding. What the hell is mudding?
Bro, that's when you get
Oh
up.
my
You gotta
gosh,
get
mudding is so much
Mudding.
fun. Oh, you got to go mudding, JB. You got to go mudding.
Dude, that's when you're in.
You haven't lived, bro.
So what it is you get in these big old trucks, 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, and you go through these pits and trails where it's pretty much mud, and you're literally covered in mud at the end. But dude, there's hundreds of people out there. It's an all day thing. You go out and you're riding trails and you're getting dirty the entire time. That they call it going mudding, because literally you come out covered in mud. Your truck, your car, whatever you're wearing that day, you're covered in mud. But it is the best. You're out in the woods. There's fires going on. There's no drama. I mean, it is just the funnest shit in the world.
Everybody,
You don't wash
Don't
your
forget the
truck for
beer.
days.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
don't
don't
forget
forget
to
the
get the
beer.
beer.
Hold on, let's be real now, Marty. Now I'm from Georgia. Now a lot of them people are cool, but you get around there, you get to seeing them Trump flags, Confederate flags, and some stuff.
That boy in that Matrix.
Yeah, in the Matrix heavy, but I think I know what you were saying.
Damn.
There's now, no, in the Matrix, but I think I know what you're saying, because I experienced that when I started going boating with my white friends. I started, getting off, because the Confederate flags, I seen that as soon as I started meeting rednecks, you know what I'm saying? And so the Confederate flag thing, I wasn't offended from it from a young age, because I was exposed to it and I seen the lifestyles or whatever. I get I'm not telling other people how to feel, whatever. But what you're saying about the Trump flags and all that, when I wasn't voting for Trump, or back in 2016, those times, and I was going boating with all my white friends and whatnot, and I'd see y'all out in Tampa, Florida, and I'd see all them Trump flags coming, and I'd be the only big black guy on the boat or whatever. What they discuss in their house, that's on them. But I assure you, I never had any time or moment where somebody said something to me, I felt some type of way, or we're not saying that it's never happened in my life, but in those instances where I was out partying with a bunch of white folks or whatever, and maybe the racist crowd did show up, I ain't never felt that. So I don't worry. I know it's a real thing, but I don't worry about that when I'm
But
out hanging out.
And Marty, don't forget to add this to it.
But what I'm saying, it
Even though
always
even
be
even
one. It's always one like you, Marty, that they be like you cool, and he's a good one. He not like the rest of them. That what they. Y'all heard them say that about me. Oh, he
Yeah, I've
different
heard
from
that
the other
saying.
ones.
Of course, I've heard
Token
that.
So
black
don't
friend.
don't make people feel like a lot of black people that it's cool. You can just go hang. You don't want to hang
No,
out with
no, no.
all of
That's
them
not
because
what I'm
some of them
saying at
are
all.
okay. I'm just being clear because some of
Yeah,
them are
no.
racist.
Dude, hear
Some
me
of
out,
them are
bro.
not.
That's not.
Not
Hear me out.
all
This
of
is
them
what I'm
because
saying,
we
bro.
don't live in. Hold on, just real quick before I go in the matrix again. Like nothing in this world is absolute, so you can never say a whole group of people is a way. But some of them people, they don't like us. They don't like our existence. And if it was up to them, they'll send us back they'll send us off just like they want to send the immigrants off. So
but
let's just be
but
clear.
but too, I want to say this though, right? 'Cause I want to add to what Marty's saying. Like he's telling the truth on that. It's and it is within those people that got the Confederate and the Trump flag and stuff like that. There's two different groups, and they do not like each other to the T because they don't see eye to eye. But they do have the same views when it comes to Trump and stuff like that. But when it comes to like that racist stuff and everything else like that, like I told you before, they be the first ones to fight them, fight them for sales
I've
words and
had it
stuff like that.
happen for me in a mud pit. I
Because
literally had it happen in a mud pit. We was on the 4-wheelers. We stopped to take a smoke break, and these guys rode by and said some crazy shit. And guess what? Before I could even respond, this motherfucker Kyle was already chasing them down with it's real stuff. So what I'm saying too is I always acknowledge that exists. The reason that I always put it on the back end is because if I always felt like, damn, bro, it's gonna be some racist folk out there, I would never get to experience most of these things. I would never get to be out and have the type of white friends that I have and whatnot, because I would automatically assume, man, somebody in that group ain't gonna like me, man. So you know what? Let me just not go there. And that's why I always tell people racism will always exist. We can't get rid of it. But I don't limit myself on any experiences or things that I choose to do with people of different races because racism exists. You know what I'm saying? I know
But
what
but
people
it
are.
doesn't mean that we stop trying to. And my point of saying that is it is those racist people. All people are not, but it is those racist people out there. And us as black people that come from a marginalized group of people, we shouldn't be getting in locked up and doing the same way they are when it comes to immigrants. Because the same people that you in
No,
locked
no,
up with,
no.
they feel the same way about you. Because as soon as they get through with the migrants, they're gonna turn their gun on you. They're gonna put that target on your back. They're not gonna just
but
stop. If
too,
you think that they're gonna stop with the migrants, you're absolutely wrong. So all I'm saying is, as we get better in America, as black people start to make more money,
let's not start looking down on other marginalized group of people when it comes to gay people, immigrants, or whatever you want, whatever marginalized group you want to think about. We need to be more tolerable. We need to accept people. We need to make allies and not make enemies.
I'm gonna pass this to Antonio, but I want to say one last thing. Is I get what you're saying, right? And I always say this when it comes to the migrant situation. Remember, I'm from migrant parents. What JB was talking about, the average everyday migrant, bro, I have no problems with them. Those are the people I always say are protected. But when it comes to the people committing the crimes, doing the violent shit, all that crazy stuff, the open border policy we just had, all of that, I'm not for that. That doesn't mean I look down on them or anything like that. Bro, my whole community is migrants. One of my best friends are migrants. You understand what I'm saying? I don't look down on them, anything like that. I 100% understand what you're saying. I just say, hey, look, those people that you're saying once they're finished with the migrants, they may turn their guns on me and stuff. It's all probabilities, possibilities, hypotheticals. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is I choose not to, and I tell people, hey, look, you done made some friends with some white folks. You know what I'm saying? Don't automatically assume they're of this character or they feel this type of way. You're gonna find out as time comes on, but I just don't prejudge it. You get what I'm saying? I just don't.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about the good white people. I'm talking about
That's
the
the key.
MAGA,
But that's the thing.
the
You'll
MAGA
never
people, the
know.
people.
No,
But
but
I'm
hear me
talking
out.
about the MAGA people that's out there just saying, get rid of all the immigrants. I'm telling you, don't join forces with them people. Because those people who are against the migrants, they're gonna turn on you and be against you when they get through with the migrants. And you ain't gonna have anybody to protect you because you didn't protect the gay people. You didn't
Scaremongering.
Yeah.
protect the migrants.
Let me just say this
So
right here too. That
no,
so
I'm
I can
done.
say
I'm
it.
done.
Let me just say this. The two what two was saying, guys. Brief American history, guys. There was slavery. Boom, it was over. Okay, and there was the poor whites and the free slaves. The land, because remember, not everyone owned land, plantations, and all that other stuff. So what the plantation owners did, it was like, hey, you know what? Because they were getting together and they had something called a Reconstruction period. During the Reconstruction period, there's a lot of people of color elected and a whole bunch of stuff. This is right before the Jim Crow era. So what they did was they got together and they told the poor whites, like, hey, because they saw that the blacks and the poor whites were forming a relationship. So they told the poor whites, hey, we're going to give you jobs. You're going to basically make them, you know, give them higher positions and give them access that they wouldn't give the blacks. Now, who wouldn't turn that? Who wouldn't accept that, guys? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to accept that. And that's what happened. So that they caused a division amongst the free slaves and the poor whites. Okay, they told the poor whites, "You're better than them. You shouldn't be with them." Now, the Irish migrated over here, guys. Eventually, the 1900s, the Irish migrates over here, and they were looked down upon. They were called all kinds of names, and the Irish people, they formed an alliance with the black people. Okay, and and basically, eventually, they the Irish was able to assimilate and be accepted as whites. Okay, and blacks stayed where they are. Followed then by, guess who? Who came next? The Italians. The Italians migrated over here. They were looked upon, WAPs and all this other stuff. And they eventually formed an alliance with black people as well. It's all, guys, it's all documented. You look at it. And then they were, once again, accepted, and the black people were left behind. All right. The same thing present day is happening with the Hispanics. The Hispanics and the blacks formed a line, what you call it, but now the Hispanics are now assimilating. Okay, and that's to keep the majority. They're now assimilating, and once again, the blacks are being left behind. So that's how history is, folks. So you guys got to be, you guys think about this and whatever. You know, Asian people, they come over, they're considered a model minority. When you have a group of people that's been here for 400 plus years, because remember, the black people came over here, they started coming over here first as indentured service servants, then came over as slaves. Okay, and so they've been here a lot longer than a lot of the white people have come. They're more American than a lot of the white people, but for some reason, they've never ever assimilated. That's not accidental. That's intentional. So I just want to put that out there. Welcome to Debate the News. So just wanted to put that out there, guys.
I
That's
wanna.
something to chew on. And for you guys that don't know the history, you guys can look it up. Everything I said is real, but it is what it is. So, but Marty, just want to put that out there.
No,
You
what
said,
you're
I
everything
have
you
my hand
said.
up.
I'm sorry.
Like
Everything
to
you said,
get in
JB,
there.
was everything you said, JB, factual. I wasn't disputing it, and what two was saying, I 100% understood as well. I just wanted to make sure it was
but
clear.
what I want to say to you is this right here. To Tu's point, I started saying that. To Tu's point, I used to say that all the time about being a member of the most marginalized group of people in this country. I cannot find it in my heart to be more to marginalize, to be marginalized another group, because I understand point if you guys look at what I just said and the
Mm-hmm.
history that I just pointed out with the poor whites after slavery, okay, with them, okay, they it's been easy to try to marginalize them, okay, but they assimilated, okay. The Irish, when they came over here, guess what? They were able to assimilate, okay. The Italians were able to assimilate. The Hispanics were able to, Asians, everyone able to assimilate. So when you get out there and you start advocating and saying it's okay to marginalize another group, just always know that they're always going to come back for you if you're a member of that group.
I have
So
a question there for you, Jonathan and Marty or whoever.
Go for
Sorry. So the black people haven't learned anything, right? Every group comes over. No, 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 no. I'm not joking about this one.
it. Go
Every
ahead. You're
group
good.
comes over, they assimilate with the black people, then they move away and keep doing it and keep doing it. Are the black people, quote unquote, I'm going to use a word and I'm just having a conversation. Are the black people stupid? What would you recommend that the black people do now to make sure that they get ahead? Because everybody seem to join forces, they get what they want, then they move ahead and they move along, and the black people are still at the same place. I'm sort of concerned now for the black people. So I'm just saying the black people, I'm not saying that I'm not black, right? So guys, don't come after me in the chats. I know you will, because I can't take it on today. I have some housework doing. So my question to you, Jonathan, and I know you're very smart, you're a wise man, right? And I love the way you have these conversations. What do you suggest that the black people do to move forward so that they're just not left behind? Who wants to be left behind? I go on mute.
to be honest, there's nothing they can do. Um, we are the society that we're in. Uh, oh man, I forget the word. You always got to have someone at the bottom. You always got to have a group at the bottom. And right now that's us. And I don't see, I don't see any other group replacing that.
How can you say that? I thought it
So
was
is
the
it
migrants that
Andrew?
were.
It looks like the black people are doing God's work then,
N-
because are the black people doing God's work, Jonathan? That's what I
No,
call God's work.
what I'm saying is every migrant group that came over, the Irish, the Italians, the Asians, um, they've all been more acceptable and more palatable to the powers that be, the white folks, I'll say it, than the black folks. You guys got to remember something. The reason black folks was chosen to come here to begin with. Why do you guys know why they brought slaves here? African slaves were chosen to be here.
Because Africans were
Yes.
selling them
And
to the
anyone
white folks.
anyone know?
Yeah, I do. I think so. What I read up on it was basically was because initially they did have like the Irish slaves and different things like that, but they was burned up in the sun, and we last a lot longer than the sun.
No.
No, okay, it was okay. I remember these. I can't remember. I got to read up on it. Go ahead though.
Okay, first and foremost, they tried to enslave the Indians. The Indians knew the land. Okay, and there's a bunch of Indians, and they knew the land, so they were able to escape, whatever. Okay, black people, they look different. They have darker skin, easily identifiable. Okay, as not being part of the caste. All right, and I speak as if it's a caste system. Okay, and then they said, oh, they weren't as intelligent, which was not true because you know, yeah, the kings and queens, and they did a lot of great things over there. All right, so they were able to go over there with the things that they made, and so they were able to transport. So therefore, it's basically because you're it's easily identifiable. You
And
know,
they don't know the land.
yeah, they didn't know the land initially, but what it was is they're easily identifiable. So right now, you have a group of people that's still easily identifiable that you can point to and say, hey, they don't belong. So it's so when you're saying what can you do, you have that scarlet letter. Um, it, it- you know, it's going to be around for a while. And guys, once again, it's a hierarchy. There it is. Sorry about that. We are based on hierarchies. There's always going to be a hierarchy, and they're all we do it ourselves in groups. We do it in this room sometimes. We do it in these rooms. You know, uh, oh, okay. I'm the co-host. Oh, I'm the host. Oh, I'm this, that. Oh, yeah. Okay, no. You knew. You started, guy. I was waiting. No, nope. I'm going to talk over. We do it. We do it. We do it. It's just human. That's what we do. We have. In India they have the caste system. Here they have class. In England they have a class system. We always put ourselves in groups. So it's a hierarchy. And so until there's another way to identify and to discover another group that can go under this group. This group will be the one that's always identified
But
because it's
Jonathan,
easily identifiable.
so Jonathan, let me ask: is it more about racial groups or social economics? I would think like
It,
protect.
it's it, it's always going to be socioeconomics, but when it gets very base at its base, it's going to be racial. And in the U.S., actually, I'm going to tell you how prevalent it is and how effective it has been done. When you have Jamaicans or Africans come to this country, they say, "Oh, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian. I'm Kenyan. I'm Jamaican." Have you guys heard that before? People say, "I'm not black. I'm this."
100%.
Yep,
Yes.
yep.
Okay, and the reason they've done that is because you watch American television. Okay, they watch TV shows, they watch movies, and all this other stuff, and they know even coming. And so when people are like, "Oh no, racism is not a problem," you know, and I don't know why we're having this serious conversation right now. When they say it's not a problem, you can't say that because even the people. I'm gonna tell you, my sister works for the federal government, and she's a department head at the Department of Energy. And I think these people are coming in. They're trying to get I think it's like a $14 million grant, and they're Africans. And my sister, like she's like like she's pro black. She's like, oh, like not, like she miss like she want to like make sure that she does anything to help uplift and everything else. So these Africans came over. I forget what country they're from. And my sister was the department head, and she had I don't know like four. It was her and like one other black person. It's probably about six white people, but she was she's the department head. And when they came in, they totally ignored her. They talked to the white people, this, that. They looked down on her. Like my sister's sharp. My sister's sharp as hell. Okay. She has a brain. Daphne, are you there? Daphne. All
Daphne's
right.
bench warming.
Okay.
Where's
Yeah.
Daph?
Yeah. Um, anyway, my sister's like intelligent. She's brilliant. All right. And so my sister watched this play out and she tried to engage a couple of times, but they were like, no. They wanted to speak with my sister's underlings. Okay. And so when it's all said and done, and they were happy, this, that. And then when by the time they realized my sister was what you call it, because she spoke up, said a couple things, whatever. But my sister decided that they weren't getting it, and they did. And my sister intentionally uh made sure that they didn't get the grant that they were looking for because of the way that they treated her. These aren't white folks; these are Africans. So, with that being said, that's how prevalent it is. So that's something that most and here's the thing, that most people that aren't white wouldn't understand. That happening. Because I mean, think about it, guys. And I'll be honest with you. I always think about this, and that's why if I came here, okay, from another country, I wouldn't want to be associated with the people that are considered to be the whatever the lows of society. I'm speaking, but that's how it's portrayed. I'm not saying it's. I wouldn't. Okay, you sort of want to not associate yourself. And that's and so when these Africans come here, these Jamaicans, they know what happened, and they're like, oh no, I'm not them. I'm from Jamaica. I'm not I'm from which I'm from. I'm not from here. And there's a rush to differentiate themselves, and they think it means something, and they don't understand the concept of race fully. I guess I understand. In our land. That's what I'm going to say. I understand our land. True.
Hey,
True. Anyone you want to jump in on that?
hey, Jonathan, or
Yes, Lord.
somebody else have there. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I also feel that, and I see it because right, I spent time in Africa, and even if you just spend time taking the Ubers and things like that, you ask people where they're from. But any kind of uh, there's a lot of people that have discrimination against them due to race, religion. I mean, it wasn't so fun being Jewish in the Southeast, going to a Southeastern school and standing in front of Tri-Delt and the sorority houses and the fraternity houses. And Jews did not get into, white sorority houses, and males didn't get it. So part of the reason there were Jewish fraternities and sororities was because they weren't, you couldn't get accepted into those country clubs. You couldn't get accepted into those schools. You couldn't get accepted into those, sororities and fraternities. It sucked. It's not fun. So I think that it's super important and people with disabilities, people in wheelchairs, Hispanics. I just think that there's a lot of various people in this world that have various aspects of situations where they're discriminated against, or there's situations where they can't. It's harder, but it also makes you tougher and more resilient, and then you do something about it.
I don't think, as a black male, 49 years, I don't think nothing's impossible. My mentor has always told me that as a black man living in America, you can have whatever you want in this world. But with that mindset, it's just, I feel like I feel like I can have anything I want. But I will say this, based on what Laura just said, my great uncle was the first black attorney in a Jewish in a Jewish sorority, or I'm sorry, fraternity. So even with that, I mean, there's always hard to get in, but there's ways to break that down. I think the civil rights movement proved that.
Amen. Amen.
One second. One second, guys. I have not because it sounds like I haven't equated that to a lack of success, or excuse me, or an excuse. So that's not what I've done. I'm speaking to the concept of race. It's what I've been speaking to, not as using it as an excuse. I've never done that. Okay, and so I just want to
Me
put
either,
that
just
out.
to be clear. Yeah, me either.
Yeah, so to put that out there.
And I didn't see that. I didn't see that as what you were saying either.
And another thing too, Laura, I mean, because not to get into no type of race or, no type of Olympic thing, who been, oppressed the most, but even as a Jewish person, in a lot of cases, the only way somebody would know you was Jewish if you told them. as a black person, you can't cut that on and off. You know what I mean? You wear it everywhere you
100%.
go. Everywhere you go,
100%.
you wear it. And like I said, most of the time, I think most people are good people. I think most white people are good people. I think most black people. I'm one of the most accepting people that is. But you do have that subset of people that are hateful, and they live amongst us.
You're right, and they can eat shit and die. No, they'll die out or go away. I mean, the vast majority of America, I think we just kind of love each other. Like we like to see each other win and succeed. You got assholes in every group, man. That doesn't define by any means what the vast majority of any one people group thinks. This is the greatest nation on earth. Like, what is an American? What does an American look like? It's all of us, you know? And that's, what does a migrant look like? Guess what? They look like all of us too, because they're coming from all over the world. So, I don't think it's a race thing. I think it's, if you're going to come to this country, you need to learn how to be an American. We got ways we do things over
There where you
here.
went left, Andrew. You was
And
doing so
and
good.
I was just
look,
about to say you was
he
doing
was,
good.
I
man. We was about to give his ass a round of applause. You heard?
I was just
He was
about to
there.
say, damn, Andrew.
And no, but I get what he's saying though, because it's like some people come over here with, it's like as American, right? Of course, that's what we call United States, because we have united different cultures and different things like that. But I agree with Andrews, when you come over here and everything, and then if you want to bring like your bigotry and different things that over here, it's just like, nah, keep that over here. We are American. We're trying to patch everything that happened in the past to start growing and loving one another and to be united. And I think that's the reason why I do love being American. That's, I know family was raised, family came from Louisiana and stuff like that. It's because one, I can go eat Hispanic food, I can eat Irish food, I can eat some Southern food, I can eat whatever type of food here in the United States and not be bland, and not have bland stuff. And it's like when you come over here, understand that we're trying to be united and love one another.
Shit, me, Jason's
I,
Deli is about the
my
blandest
my
you can
my
get.
my question, the question that I asked, you guys took it out of down a whole different rabbit hole, because it was when Jonathan was talking about how we help as Black people, and I'm going to say we, I don't live there, so how the American Black helps all the other ethnic groups. They come, then they bond together and leave, and then I think he made the comment that the Blacks are still kind of left behind, and that is why I asked, what can the Black people do then, since they're doing God's work. They're always helping the other nations. They come and they move past them. Then there has to be a lesson there learned so that the Blacks are not left behind. And I think it was said somebody has to be at the bottom or the totem pole or something like that.
I
So
to that, Yvonne, when Jonathan said that, I do agree. Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead. I know you was. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Auntie, I love you, right? But when you say what can Black people do, when you do you not? I'm just curious. Do you classify yourself as Black?
Well, she specified and
Yaman,
said,
Yaman.
if you were here in the beginning, you'd understand the conversation. When I said we were talking about the Americans who, as a culture, they help the other. If you, Jonathan, can explain what he said, how the Black people of America always help the other groups that come in, the Irish, and he named
I heard
all
all
the
that. I've been
different
here.
ones.
Heard
And
that. That's not
then,
what I'm asking.
and the reason why I made my statement like that is because I was talking about the Americans and that me, I'm not living in America.
Oh, okay, Black
So
Americans. Okay.
what is the reason for your question then?
But the reason why I asked the question is because when you said what can Black people do, and versus what we can do, that means that you don't classify yourself as
No,
Black.
no, it can't be
And
we
some
because
people
I
don't.
don't live
Some people
there.
That's okay. Just
It
curious
can't
to
be
know.
we because I don't live there.
Now
And
let me
they were
finish, Yvonne.
talking
Let me
about
finish.
no, let
You
me
gotta let me finish
clarify
what I'm
before
trying.
no, because let me
You gotta
clarify
you gotta
before
let me finish what I'm
but
trying
you
to
have to
say.
understand what I said before you speak then.
Yvonne, you can't talk when I'm talking. Let me get out what I'm saying.
All right, get out
I
what
know
you're
a lot
saying.
of my friends that are from. I know a lot of my friends that are from Africa that don't consider themselves Black, or Jamaicans don't consider themselves Black. Also, so I have close friends that think like that. I was just curious to know because I know you live in Canada. I don't know what your background is. I think you're from Jamaica, right? Auntie, that's why I prefaced that question the way that I did, because some people, it is true that some, immigrants from different countries that have melanated skin don't consider themselves black, and that's okay. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, that's okay. But can you help me answer the question that I wanted answered though?
I was
Yeah.
actually wanting to jump in on
Go
that
ahead.
if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind. It's actually pretty. I genuinely don't know outside of Unity, but that's where everything kind of crumbles right there. Because outside of what JB says, I do agree somebody's got to be at the bottom. I hate that it's what I look like, but at the same time, when you look at a lot of the issues in America, it does come behind Unity. And the same way JB mentioned about, how there are some people with dark skin who come from other countries and say, hey, look, I ain't African American. Don't get it wrong. I'm African or I'm Haitian or I'm Jamaican or whatever this thing is. From Clubhouse to Chatter to the streets of IG and everywhere else, whenever I do see these type of conversations being held, JB presented one side, but another side, because I was even victim to it on Clubhouse. One other side to it is a lot of folks who have hosted these conversations, Black African Americans, do feel like, hey, you're from Africa, or hey, you're Haitian, so you don't understand. You're not African American. You don't understand some of the things we've had to go through and our ancestors. So you know what I'm saying? So you have two sides fighting each other, not realizing the moment you step foot on this soil, we're all look the same. You get what I'm saying? Especially if you're talking about fighting the oppression race or these things. So it's like I only sum it down to until you can get the majority of folks who are technically classified as black in this country to somewhat agree on some of the same issues, or at least, what I'm saying, put the same foot on getting better. It's not going to happen because there's too much internal fighting. You know what I'm saying? You look at other cultures, they're quicker to assimilate together, or get together and then go tag on to the other, like JB was explaining. But within ourselves, I find there's so much fighting within amongst oneself. A lot of people say it's identity crisis or whatever, but there's so much lack of unity within that it's hard to see what does it look like coming moving forward. You know what I'm
Marty.
saying? So, but go ahead.
Yeah, so just hear me out, right? Um, I feel like the idea of unity is a logical fallacy. And let me explain. Jewish people are not a monolith. They don't all think the same. There's Orthodox, and then there's non-Orthodox Jews, right? There's Christians, there's Baptists, there's Catholics, there's Protestants, and so on and so forth, right? White people, we got uppity upper class white people, and we got low tier, or as they stratify themselves, rednecks. You got the uneducated and the educated as far as whites. You got some whites that come here and say, "No, fuck that. I'm Italian. I'm not white at all," and so on and so forth. Right. So within all of these groups, I mean, for Christ's sakes, you got Hispanics, and then you got Latinos. Then you got white Hispanics, and you got non-white Hispanics or Afro Latinos, right? So even within the groups or the othering that happens, there is no actual unity, right? And unfortunately, I think that notion of, well, you guys got to unify. The reason why black people can't get past what they get to because they're not unified, and everybody else is unified, but that's such bullshit. Not from you, right? I think where you're coming from and saying what you're saying, I think it's coming from a genuine place, and I respect you for saying what you're saying. And in some cases, can it make it better? Sure, right? But the notion or the ideology that we have to be unified in order to make progress, I just think that one, it's never happened where one entire group of people have just come together and all think the same way, for any group, right? I mean, a prime example, you saw what happened between Israel and Palestine, or Israel and Hamas, and you had Jews that were literally one. You had Zionists that were still on the side of the Palestinians, and then you had ones that wanted to turn it into a parking lot, right? So, bro, I think what we need to take heed to, as far as what Jonathan said, the way in which the stratification process and the othering of people happens specifically in America and in under American history. It's built on a pyramid, right? As above, so below. Somebody's got to be at the bottom, and the easiest people to put at the as the the obvious other is the people that cannot blend, that cannot become homogenous or have the complexion for protection, and can easily, what is it called, the melting pot, can easily melt away their traditions up until St. Patrick Day come out, and all of a sudden everybody's Irish. You know what I'm saying? So in sociology, it's referred to as the the term escapes me. However, the optionality. Sorry, the optionality of whiteness, rather.
Complexion for
I was gonna say there's
protection.
a
That's
Jones effect. The Jones effect,
I
where
don't know.
like everybody else is doing it, so you're doing it.
Please explain. I don't know what you're referring to.
Nah, bro,
Okay,
please
you don't
continue.
know
Hold on.
that effect,
Let him
but
finish though, because
all
I
right,
want to
you'll
hear.
finish.
Please,
Go
I
for
want
it.
Luis to be able to finish though.
No, I mean, my point in its most basic form is the notion that we have to unify, and from the moment we unify, things will change. I think it's a logical fallacy, because no group is a monolith and no group is truly unified in that sense. So for to think that we're going to make that unicorn happen within us because we've gone through so much oppression, regardless of where you come from, I just don't think it's an honest truth.
Okay.
Can I
Okay. Who was
respond
that?
to him? Can I respond to him? It's Lauren. I was just gonna say, I mean, I agree with him completely, but it's like I feel like division and the lack of unity is kind of like a bit of a tactic. But at the same time, y'all ever had Kaiser Permanente? Y'all ever had Tricare? You ever been in the military? You know what a totalitarian government looks like, where one, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's kind of like, if unity, what is unity to you then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what really is unity look like? One. Two, and then you brought up Jews, and like it sparked just a thought in my mind. This may be far off, but like, didn't the Holocaust start with like mass deportation? And I'm not trying to like go off topic. It's just that's actually what I thought, and this is Debate the News, so anything goes. Hello, I'm done.
Caleb, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I like to raise my hand.
Jump in. Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, it's a great question. Really simply put, it requires putting our differences aside, putting our pride down, and working together. It's that simple. Not much more to say. Let's make the states united, and then it can extend to the rest of the world from there.
We're like on the brink of a freaking second civil war.
Well, that's definitely a point of view, and in order to combat that, we can directly focus on authenticity and honest connection with each other, instead of focusing on maybe global catastrophe, even if that is a prominent perception of one's reality. We can change that, because I'm sure you've heard perception creates reality as well. Thank you, guys.
Nice point, man. Nice point.
I like he
Anybody?
said honest connection. That's all. I just wanted to say I like what you said when you said honest connection. You said, well, we could just make an honest connection. And that was one thing that stuck out to me, what you said.
My question
And
is not no longer on the
Yes.
table, guys. This
no,
was
you're
taking
good.
it
You're
into the
good.
new direction, so you
You're
can continue in
good.
this direction. That's not where it started. That's
No,
all.
no. You're
So,
you're.
well,
Hold
Yvonne,
on 1 sec, Ali. I just want to say this to Luis real quick, and I'll pass it right back to you, Ali. To Luis, especially with unity. I know. I thank you for saying everything you said. Much respect. Um, and when I say unity, I know I throw it out as a blanket statement. For me, what I look at it as, we make up a certain percentage of the population, right? And when we look within, whether this person was born in Florida, deep state, Wisconsin, Wyoming, whatever, I think majority of Black folks can look within the small percentage of our community and look at some of the root issues that we're having that aren't, issues that it's like, okay, we have to fight a system to actually fix these things. Issues where it's like, okay, we can agree as a culture, these things, that we've regularly done for years and whatnot, look at how much more it's been negative than positive. You get what I'm saying? So when I speak on unity within, it's as a culture, look, because yeah, you're absolutely right. No one culture in this country or any other country 100% just thinks the same. Whether they're Chinese, Asian, Japanese, Indian, who gives a shit? There are no one culture. Everybody thinks the same. But when you look at cultural practices or differences and stuff like that, I say unity in the sense of, hey, look, there's a lot of things within our community that I think a lot of us can agree that are hurting us more than helping us. How about we start on reversing some of these things versus sitting on the, hey, we need to fight racism, we need to fight systematic oppression, because not saying those things aren't important, but you get what I mean on the unity aspect, on those issues, Luis. Maybe that makes more sense.
But Marty, I got to say something to that though. Like you can't you cannot. Okay, when we can't say that what should Black people do when there's no identity. Blackness is a social construct. That's the truth. So if you have a social construct and you have no identity and you don't own anything, and it's still going on today, how do people expect? Now there's anomalies where there's people who are able to climb up out of the system and be able to become successful. Well, you don't. It's very difficult for you to push the needle forward for the African American community when when we don't own anything. Banks, the money system, we don't own any part of that. So when you have compensating factors like a social system that institutionalized racism and discrimination, or you got colonial narratives. Of course, it's gonna be hard when you have European colonialism that pretty much oppressed the community. So now, and listen, guys, I'm a very successful man, but we can't just, it's not like this is not still happening today.
No,
And
of
then
course.
if you still keep pushing the system, I mean, think about it. I have a Black son and a Black daughter, but I don't see a nuclear Black family on TV. I don't see, why do slave movies still keep coming out? Like there's certain things that you got to understand and look at the system as a whole to see what's getting painted. Of course, people are going to think that if you see that a Black person get killed by the police officers and there's no accountability, what do you? Wait a minute, can you hear me talking? Mute up. What's wrong with you? Damn, you
Go
can't
ahead,
wait
bro.
till I
Go ahead.
finish talking? No, I'm
I,
not
I
going
don't
to
think
allow
I don't think he
somebody to
realized
interrupt
he
me while I'm
was. Hold on,
talking.
let me mute him. Go ahead. You're good.
So when you have these systems and stuff like that put in place, we got to call the cat what it is. Now, I do believe that you shouldn't make that an excuse. I do believe that you shouldn't be waiting on someone to give you anything, but you have to identify the system that is not designed to move the needle forward for us. That's a fact. These are facts. Black is a social construct. Period. Anybody want to deny that?
Yeah, I'll
It is
deny
it
that.
it, it
Like,
is
cause
so
you
it
just
it
saying
Go.
stuff
Hold
that's
on. Hold
not
on. Hold on.
true.
Let me get Divine in
I
here.
Look
Go
at
ahead,
the
agree.
list
Divine.
of Black-owned banks at the top of the thing. There, we have ownership
There's
in this
several
country. You making it
Black-owned
seem like
banks.
all Black people don't have shit, and it's not a social construct. We are Black Americans. We are united. I don't know what you're talking about right now. You make it seem like we ain't shit, ain't got shit, and never gonna be shit. And
That's
that's
not what I said.
demeaning.
That's not what I said.
I
What are you
said that's
talking
what it
about?
sound. I
Hold
said
on,
that's
Anthony.
I'm
what
a
it
very
Hold on.
success. I didn't say
sounds
Hold on. Let
that.
me
like
get.
to me.
Hold on. 1 second.
I
And
1
didn't
I'm
say
second.
that.
1
responding,
second. 1
and I
second. One second. Hold on.
responded.
Hold
Your
on. 1
bank
sec. 1 sec,
statement
guys.
See,
Hold on.
it's always some
Hold
goofy
on.
ass
Hold on.
person
Come
that
on.
will
Come
come.
on, guys.
Devon, you
Hold
sound
on.
dumb as
Divine.
fuck.
Divine.
I'm being
Anthony.
honest
1
with
second.
you. You sound
Divine.
fucking
Anthony.
dumb.
Guys. 1 second,
Why is
please.
he
One
calling
second,
me
please.
dumb though?
Hold
Like
on.
this is what
Divine.
happens.
Divine.
He gets
Divine.
mad
You
when I
sound
1
start
sec.
calling
stupid.
people names.
Yeah, I didn't say
Divine.
anything like that.
Guys. Anthony. Divine.
No, no,
Please.
no.
Hold on. Hold
Why
on.
would you
Anthony.
disagree
Please.
He
with
got
Hold
that?
no
on, bro. Hold
Why
on.
would
Look
you
at him.
disagree with that? You sound
Guys.
ignorant.
Look at him.
Yo. Please.
Look at him go.
Stop, bro. Come on, bro. We do much better. Come on, man. Please, both of you guys. We've been having this discussion. We stay away from it, but we've been having it respectfully. Let's please continue it that way. You don't agree with something, cool. You're gonna have your chance to do so, but let's not do the back. Come on, that's one of these conversations completely go to shit.
Marty, I
We're
was
having it.
speaking and he
Hold on,
jumped
Divine.
off
Hold
the
on, Divine.
mic. I
We're
didn't even
having it.
land.
Let's have it. Go ahead and land, Divine. Anthony, please let him land, and then you can refute whatever he's saying. But let's not do the back and forth in here, please.
And the name calling. I never
Divine.
once
Yes,
disrespected that
please.
man.
Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, bro.
Again, I posted a link at the top. There's a list of over 100 black-owned banks in this country. He came up here and said, we don't own shit. We don't have no banks. I'm refuting that with facts. We don't own nothing in our communities. I'm from East Flatbush, Brooklyn. There are many black-owned businesses in the community I grew up in. So I'm just saying, like, when people come up here and act like black people don't have shit, don't know shit, and they're never gonna be shit, I gotta say something against that. Y'all can have it.
Well,
Boom.
I
Okay,
thought he was
and
giving
Now
a
hold on.
definition
Hold
of a
wait,
on.
hold on,
Go
social
ahead.
hold on. You
Go
talking?
ahead,
construct,
Anthony.
for
Let me
You
get
one.
this.
talking to me? Okay. So what? Okay. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm an entrepreneur. I have 7 black businesses. That's not the point that I was making. I didn't say that the point that you guys were making is that what should black people do? What should black people do? The conversation that I heard is like, why are black people at the bottom? That's what I'm listening to. So what I'm saying is that you can't deny systemic inequality. That is a problem. You can't deny that there's cultural stereotyping of a social construct of black women and men. The highest educated the highest educated people in America is African American women, but yet they're not paid the same. They're the lowest on the total poll for pay. That tells me that there's a system problem, right? And then you cannot. I'm not saying that we haven't. There's 0 black banks. Come on, man. I'm, I have a master's degree in an MA. Like I'm not stupid. But what I am saying is that when we say that, oh, it's just our fault, you got to understand that there's a system that's in place to keep us where we're at. And show me in the Fortune 100 that's black owned or the Fortune 500 that's black owned. I'll wait. I'm not talking about the small business. I'm talking about the cycles of money. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, man. Hospitals, the big commercial retail spaces. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that we don't own anything. What I'm addressing is something that we have to call out what it is. There's a lot of that. And if you suppress a person for years and years and years, you can't expect for them to be equal. It's very difficult. I'm proud of my skin, my race, and our people being able to come up, but you still have to identify the system respectfully.
Which is why there's the E and DEI, right? Because that equity represents different people having different opportunities still to this day. Is that fair to say?
Well, Trump
100%.
got rid of that, so
What'd you say, Dr. Renee? I saw somebody else.
I said Trump got rid of that. So
Yeah, we can still make those choices in
Guys,
our own
I don't
organization.
know if we want to take it there because here was the conversation that started. Jonathan made some profound statements, and if you were not in here at the time when he made the profound statements about, how all the different cultures they come here, they do well, the black, they align with the black. He says it's history. I think he probably put a link that we can go and read. And they aligned with black, and then they moved up, and then they moved away, and so on and so on. And I'm saying, my question was, why and then the black people are left at the bottom, and I might think, are the black people doing God's work then, or how are they going to be able, what have they learned from all of this, and how are they going to move out from where they are, since every culture that comes in, they align themselves, the cultures do well, they move up, move out, leave the blacks alone, the blacks stay at the bottom. So I'm just saying, how is the black going to be able to move up from the bottom of the totem pole, since everybody who comes and align themselves with them, they help them, they move up and out, and the black people are still at the bottom? So that was a genuine question of mine. We didn't want to take it really down to the race thing, but you can bring in, all the conversations. Let's have it. So this is not attacking the people. This is attacking the conversation, and I prefer to love when it stays on the conversation. So we'll talk about it, because we always say shouldn't talk about race in this room, but it always come up, guys. You're not going to be able to escape from it. But when we talk about it, I would prefer we just talk about the concepts and move
No,
away
What
from
do you,
talking
well,
about
and
on
people.
thank you very
religion,
one second, Addison.
what
Thank you
does she
very
mean
much
by
for
God's
that,
work?
Yvonne, because once again, yeah, definitely race does get evaded a lot in this room. But hey, guess what? JB brought up the conversation today, and we've been having it really respectfully. I definitely like to keep it going that way. You know what I'm saying? By all means, things will get amped up from time to time, but let's just keep it to the point and to the facts and whether how you feel or what you think and things like that. But definitely, we're having the conversation. We can keep having it, but let's just, you know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it down. And the question, yeah, the question on the table is, what are why do are we meant to stay at the bottom of the totem pole, or is there a way? Because to what you said, Anthony, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely one that I always say I understand systematic issues that have been in place, that are in place, and whatnot, and this forth. But we're in 2025 now. Not saying, but we're in 2025 now. We've definitely made a lot of advancements. We definitely do got black folks working in here, working there, millionaires here, Fortune 500 CEOs here, there, left in the third. But when I spoke about unity, I said that I see it more as looking at some of the cultural issues, fixing some of those to be able to move forward, to be able to get more businesses, more this, that, and the third. Because let's just keep it real, the lack of education within the community just surrounding money, that's limited. Right now, I don't see any, and maybe I'll be wrong, but I don't see any systems being forcibly put in place to not allow black folks who do have money today to educate other black folks who don't have money on how they can get it. I don't see any systems in place that's not allowing black folks to, work on having the nuclear family, keep work on keeping both. There's certain things I look out into the community and I see certain issues, but then when we have the conversation, everything becomes the systematic issues, and I'm like, so is it just that, and we just have to live beneath it, or is there anything? Is there anything at all that within the culture can be worked on to hopefully look forward to a better tomorrow for not just your kids, but the people in your community, your family, and this, that, and the third? That's what I'm saying. And maybe if we have it at that level, we can definitely allow this to go on. But go ahead, whoever that was.
Well, I think what we have to understand is we need to control the economy of our communities. It's not that these groups come in and they align themselves with us. What happened is that we're an economic base for them, so they open up businesses in the black community, and basically, this is not bad for. I don't want anybody to think it's bad. It's a term that's used. They suck the blood out of the community because they take the money out of the community and build up their own community. And once they have built up their own community, then you see they move on, or they may leave businesses there, or they may move on and allow the next group to come in. So it's the fact that we don't really control the economy of our own neighborhoods. We don't control the banks, we don't control the stores, we don't control the hospitals. I mean, at once. We may have pockets of this throughout the country, but we don't control the entire community of our living. And that is where the problem is. That's why it's hard for us, and that's why we're always going to stay. That's why we're at the bottom. And if we don't change, we will stay at the bottom, because these groups will come in and they've already realized what the play is. The play is, when you get here, open up businesses in the black community, because they're going to patronize you. And then you can eventually move on to something else. And if you look at it, think about where you spend your money. Where do you get your nails done? Where do you get your hair done? Those type of things. Where do you buy your hair from? Are you controlling that? I mean, I've heard, I don't know, I don't buy weave, but I heard that women are spending $600-700 on weave, and they're not even buying it from themselves. They're buying it from another group. So I mean, that's kind of almost insane. So I mean, I will leave that to y'all, and y'all can discuss that.
No,
You know,
great.
I do want to make a statement though. Regardless,
Jump in, Jay.
we're talking about black wealth. One of the biggest things with black wealth that came from is through federal contracts. But federal contracts, after about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a gentleman did very well. But I'll be honest with you, within the system, the minute they found out he was the CEO was black, or the owner of the company was black, they took those contracts away. Um, Throughout years, the federal government itself has made several black millionaires just off of that. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. So it's not just we're talking about businesses that are I'm all over the place. We're talking about real estate. We're talking about, but there were several black businesses across the states, but I don't think it's nothing. It's nothing that we are doing. It's just sometimes it's the way the system is set up.
So I want to come in on the tail end of that, right? Because what Carlos was mentioning about the weave, and I'm gonna come right back to you, Jay, about money and there was a point in time where I did agree. Yes, it was very hard for certain black folks to get loans from certain banks to be able to purchase this little leasing retail office space or whatnot. And the third, not saying no malpractice still exists, but I think we can all agree that here in 2025, you got your credit correct, you got your credit together, you have your business stuff in line, you can get a grant, you can get a loan, you can, whether one bank denies you here, you can definitely get it to open up that business. So one of the main things is because we definitely have spending power. We definitely have spending power. And of the 1.3 trillion annual gross national income of African Americans, only 2% of that estimated is recirculated through black owned businesses, right? And I get it. There's a lot of new black owned businesses here, this, that, and the third. But when we talk about on an economics basis,
Say those stats again, real quick, bro. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Can you say those stats again?
sorry, I was saying, and I'm gonna get exactly what year this was, but this was either 22 or, but anyways, only 2% of the estimated 1.3 trillion annual gross national income of African Americans is recirculated in black owned businesses. So of the 1.3 trillion spending, only 2% of the estimated 1.3 trillion spending, only 2% is being recirculated through the businesses within the community of black owned. So what I say is, and one of my standpoints is, I look out into the community and I get it. There's a lot of new lash techs. There's a lot of guys doing car wash detailing. There's a lot of guys getting into real estate. There's a lot of people opening up businesses here, there, and the third. But as a whole, there's a lack of education, a lack of spending within oneself, and those hair shops you talk about, Carlos. I say that all the time. I'm like, yo, as much weave as our culture buys and spends money on, you would think, at least because they do exist, not yet on a large scale, you know what I'm saying? But you would think more people would come together more, because there's a lot of black folks out here with money who can open up weave shops and hair stores to where it becomes a franchise, this, that, and the third. But that's where you get the lack of education.
Marty, estás bien this guy on
Mariana,
the
come on,
third.
man. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. That's where you get the lack of education, the lack of wanting to work together. And there's a lot of, basically what I'm trying to say is, I'm not putting aside any quote unquote systematic issues, but when we look at these things, I think it's very important to look within our communities, look at the spending, look at where money is going, look at and say, okay, well, damn, what could we do? Can we open up a gas station? Can the people in this community who really got the bread, some of these black leaders, this, that, and the third, can they open up a convenience store here and there? You got brothers in New York that don't open up convenience stores, Chicago. It's popping up. It is popping up. But it's like, there's still that missingness. And then once they do pop up, Carlos, you were talking about coming into the black communities to open up the businesses and whatnot. But it's where, as a whole, where our dollars are being spent. We'll spend a couple of $1,000s at Louis and Gucci, but Aunt Sister Angela, who opened up her new clothing line, which looks really good, and she got $50 t-shirts, you're not gonna go buy from her because you rather wear Louis. You know what I'm saying? And that goes not just as high as Louis, it trickles all the way down to even food. You got some black owned restaurants who they're not showcasing how black owned they are, but guess what? The owner's black. But nah, you rather go eat at Morton Steakhouse. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to that, there's a lot of things that I can be honest about and say, okay, let me look within the community of habits that have been around for so many years and say, okay, well, if we just decide to never change these habits and only say there's systematic issues out here, then there is no point of having the conversation because we've accepted the fact that we will never get anywhere except for stay right there at the bottom. If because we only address, I feel like we mainly and only address systematic issues. Come on, bro. You can't sit here and say it's only the systematic issues within the community that are plaguing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's different, right? We start talking about black, we talking about hair weave and stuff like that.
No, I'm talking. I use that as an example, but I mean
Yeah,
businesses, just
no,
business.
I get it. I get it. I get it. I know, but what I'm saying is, we're talking about. I was talking about referring to federal funding, which is its choice by itself is systematic, right? But I guess places like DC, Atlanta, Houston, where you're probably seeing, and it could be more, you see the black wealth everywhere I turn here. My doctors are black. My attorneys are black. You know,
Maryland, hell yeah.
Maryland. But so everywhere I turn there, so there are pockets.
Yep.
In the states that have this ecosystem going. Um, it's just not as spread out, made it past those areas yet. But also, if you look at the map, I think that's what majority of blacks are staying within these cities I mentioned.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. There are those pockets, and I always like to remind people of those pockets. Like, hey, look, these things exist today. You know what I'm saying? Black folks are creating wealth, this, that, and the third. I think in order to get it on that larger scale, and not saying one complete answer, but part of it, I genuinely do think it starts with acknowledging that, hey, the ability is out there, and we actually can do this. So it's like, let's freaking do it. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? Because yes, there are pockets out there, but I want to open up the floor, let other people get into the conversation. It's a great conversation. Feel free to jump in. We're definitely keeping this as unemotional as possible. It's an educated conversation. I'd like to be able to have it. We regularly don't discuss race in here and these things, that, and the third, but hey, we're having a conversation right now. And yeah, man, feel free to jump in, and it's a safe space. That's why we're having a conversation. It's not going to be an all-day thing, but that's just kind of what we're discussing at the moment. Why do you feel that the the Negro spiritual community remains at the bottom? Why do you feel the Black community remains at the bottom? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what we're discussing. And yeah, man, feel free to jump
You
in.
have to also bring the whole context back in. But Marty, if somebody else wants to speak, but at the same time, we are not saying you have to support Black-owned businesses just because they're Black, right?
Oh,
because if the
definitely.
service
I'll
is
be the
not
first to
good,
say that.
okay, because I just want that to go unnoticed, because somebody might think that you're saying you should support Black-owned businesses.
Oh
No, I
no.
support businesses where I'm getting the service that I need because I'm spending my money. So I think that's where that is. But as yeah, I just
No,
wanted to
thank you
land
for
it
saying
there.
that, Yvonne, and I will clear that up. Absolutely not. Am I saying you automatically just must support a Black business because they are